We good?
Yep.
All right. Well, yeah, let's start off with a bit of a recap. So let's try to jump right into it. What happened at the beginning of session last time on Dungeons and Dragons?
Had we already entered this room at the start of session?
Sort of. I kind of wanted it to get to this moment for you guys to leave at the last session. So there was sort of a hey, at the very end of the session before, it was you find this thing and you pop down into the bottom, but it sort of reiterate that we could probably just put it on the map here. Let me put it back. Yeah, there we go. So you guys were had gotten to this broken ritual circle on the surface.
Oh right, yeah, okay.
And were able
I remember being confused because I was like, wasn't there a ritual circle somewhere? And you would just put it underneath the other thing. I see now.
yes. So I just put the maps one on top of the other. There we go.
Yeah, so there was a much smaller version of the entity we know as Avar standing atop that lodestone.
Mm-hmm.
So I think session started with like a description of the room. Is that right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. And the blue circles with the aura around them were like these pillars of ice that Drock
I never got to
gracious
make relevant.
yes, fortunately, which Drock graciously revealed their
Tested.
effects. Yep, little dip his little toe in. And then there were these runes on the ground that you can kind of see, and I think we could tell that there was power flowing from the lodestone into the runes in a specific order,
Mhm.
indicated by the blue lines. And they were keeping things imprisoned and then also hiding things from being seen with scrying. And the Avar character was using some of the power coming out of the lodestone to do his own stuff. And then where one of many at the bottom of the screen is, there was a what looked like a single eye from a beholder, and it was like watching and intimidating us.
Mhm.
And so we got to work on the runes.
Yeah. So you guys did some stuff to obscure the vision of the creature of the eyeball, so that you could work your magic on the runes while I'm not going to say completely ignoring the big guy, but mostly ignoring the big guy. Ignoring Avar
Well,
as much as you could.
we got to ignore the big guy because Kylie dominated him for like 2 turns in a row.
It's yeah.
At no small cost.
I think
Um,
I did a pretty good job of keeping his attention too for once.
Mhm.
yeah, you I guess you haven't listened to the recording yet, Foxy, but every time Drock did something, he was like, "I feel guilty that I didn't save Foxy, so I'm gonna try really hard to save you guys."
Pretty much.
And as
Oh,
part of
buddy.
as part of the domination that one did, she was basically ordering him to say his name, like his real name. And each time that he did, like a rune was inscribed on him in
Well, but he never ended up saying his name.
No, but when
correct.
he would think it, Map would say it.
Hmm.
So in ancient Elven.
Ancient Elven. Okay.
What did MAB stand for, by the way? It was Midnight Apology something else. I meant to ask you.
Ideally, it's in the chat. I think I copy pasted the notes into the chat.
Oh,
I'll have to look it up though in a second.
okay.
I don't have
Yeah.
those notes pulled up right now.
No worries.
And Mab is the name of the Winter Queen. So I think we were able to destroy the 2 runes that hid the prison. Is that right? Those are the sea runes.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And in combination of doing that and having Avar say his name multiple times, the Winter Queen was able to, I think, bind Avar to this reality and free herself or be freed. Prison creatures.
I think it should have her quote, hopefully in a handout if I
Yes.
did things correctly.
Yes, it is Mab's utterance. Oh yeah, so she released herself because she'd named El Keth Act Tubrian 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Thrice I have named thee and done. Release me, demon.
What happened to the demon after that?
He bowed down and did what he was commanded, and just lay on the floor in pain while you talked to her.
Okay, so he's like still there, just
Oh, he's still in the room.
couch. Okay, all right.
Then we had a long conversation with her, the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like Foxy's probably most interested to hear about the blacksmith.
Yeah, it became relevant.
It is unbelievable that it became relevant.
I'm so mad that it became relevant.
So, I think it was Filibuster asked, "What are all these other coffins in the room?" There's
Mm-hmm.
9 of them, and she said, "These are the prisons for
Her
9
handmaids.
of my handmaidens, but they contain 8 of my handmaidens and 1 imposter, and I'm going to have to give
Oh.
either that imposter or the person who created the imposter. I'm going to have to give them like a really great reward for their ingenuity." And we thought she was being sarcastic. And then she was like, "No, I don't think you understand. One of my handmaidens avoided being captured and is still out in the world and put this imposter in here." And we were like, "Do we know anyone affiliated with Winter?" And we were like, "Oh yeah, the Witch of the Fens." And we were like, "Oh, why don't we just tell the queen about the Witch of the Fens?" And she said, "Do
Hmm.
you have a spell signature for her?" And we were like, "Oh." And Gary was like, "You do have a spell signature." And I was like, "Oh my god, we do. The black candle that the blacksmith's son was using to try and find his father came
Yeah,
from
because
her."
she gave it to him, didn't she?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I took that.
Lotus many years ago.
And Gary
Oh
said,
my god.
"Yeah, I know." And Gary said, "Oh yeah, but you also have it a different way that I was thinking of. I forgot about the candle."
What was a different way? I forgot.
We got her. That's the oracle we consulted
Oh, right.
about where the night was.
Yeah. So she was also the oracle that the Sphinx gave us the name of, who was like, remember the
Oh.
Sphinx was like, there's 3 spirits and one of them is like kind of living out in the world, so she would have like more like
Yeah, I
current
do remember
contacts.
that.
That was her. That was the Witch of the Fens.
Yeah, so the Witch of the Fen is the missing
Crazy.
handmaiden.
Mm-hmm.
Which is great because it was like, hey, this is a thing you've encountered before. And I was thinking like, oh, this has happened like, 3-4 sessions ago. And they're like,
Surely they'll
5
remember.
years ago.
3 years ago. And it wasn't like a long delay. It was like almost immediate. He was like, wait a minute, I have the candle. And I was like,
I can't believe you fucking remembered. Like, that's insane.
I can't
Truly.
either.
I had
Truly.
not remembered that candle.
I mean, this was pretty early in the campaign.
Yeah, it was like one
And
of your
yeah.
first.
I think at that point, Josh and Moore were both like, dark magic? I'm keeping that. You never know when it's going to
Yeah.
be useful.
Now, the answer is now.
Yep.
So she says that one of the things that needs to happen is she needs to reward the handmaiden, the trickster, the one that was able to basically throw someone else under the bus that got them imprisoned and allowed her to stay free. And then what happens next?
Well, I don't have any sense of chronology.
I
What conversation happened.
do.
I just remember various conversations that happened.
Yeah, I mean,
in chronological order.
the combo kind of wandered. So then Drac asked about rezzing you, Griffle. And she said that she couldn't go into somebody else's vault, aka Philly's dements.
Without it changing around her.
Yeah, without it
Yeah.
really having like a big impact.
Mm.
And then topic change. We asked about Gwendolyn, who died here on Avar's sphere, and she did like a what is it? Insight, visions of the past, one of those
Inquisitive
rituals.
Eyes?
Inquisitive's eyes, yeah. And saw her death, and saw that she, or I guess inferred that she was brought here, just looking for power, and was betrayed by her mother. Her mother killed her, Griffle.
What?
That's what she said. Guinevere killed Gwendolyn.
Hmm.
And Mab said that she killed her because she was afraid that her daughter would find out what she had become, an evil agent of the
And what had
adversary.
she become? Oh. Oh, I see.
And now she's hiding out in the Black Fens, which is in the Shadowfell. And then Morin asked why Shadowmantle allowed the adversary to be in the Shadowfell, since we now know that that's his Horcrux. And Mab said that Shadowmantle just can't do anything about it because he's not strong enough.
Okay.
I think she said something like he believes he is taking efforts to limit it or to
Mhm.
fight back against it, but he doesn't realize that his efforts are futile.
Okay. I don't think I got that he didn't know that it wasn't working. That might be something you want to tell your boy. We also asked about, the 6 entities that were taken from reality and became walkers.
Yes.
And she said one of them, the one who became Hope Slayer, was a summer queen.
Oh.
And that's why Hope Slayer is the one whose star shadows are attacking the Winter Princess, because some piece of her remains and she has it out for Winter as a former summer.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Now, there is a slight clarification there because
Mhm.
that information is not wrong, but you asked her a specific question to get her to give you to answer that. Do you guys remember what you got her to ask? Like what you asked her about that?
I mean, I think I asked her, like, does any part of who they were remain?
Correct. And the queen's answer was yes, some part of them must remain, because if no part of them remained, Hope Slayer would not devote so much resources to going after the Winter Lady.
Hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then, as is our habit, whenever we meet somebody important, we handed them our bone rod. And she really liked it.
Oh, that seems bad.
If it seemed like it was
She's the
kind of
only
cryptic.
character to take Bone Rod literally.
Yeah, she seemed to like it in a specific way. But she also seemed to like read our future from it, which I don't think anybody else has really been able to do with these.
Nope.
She seemed to know that I was going to become immortal and had some advice for me, some life advice. And we told her that we're trying to reinstate, or we think we need to reinstate Pandorum. And she said it was a short-term difficulty for a long-term gain.
What does that mean?
Probably that returning Pandorum will
Be bad.
be bad.
But in the service of freeing whatever is containing the natures of the gods, that would be good.
Oh, that's right, because they are like contained inside Pandorum, right? Or like they're in the same prison, or they have something to do with that. Yeah, okay.
Something to
Okay.
do with that. Yeah. And then finally, before we went to go rescue you, I asked if she knew where my remaining orbs were, and she said it was in her care. And she plucked it from the Witch of the Fens and handed it to me. And I now have 5 orbs.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
So that's
And so
exciting.
Guinevere has one,
Mm-hmm.
and
On.
On has the last.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you get them all, reality ends.
No, if I get them all, they combine and we can instantly travel to the Living Gate or the Sanctum at the Edge
Where
of
all the
Reality.
weapons are.
But here's the thing, is that if An gives us the 7th orb, then she'll be standing right there when we are able to access Iris. And that's just something that y'all should think about. I don't think it was an accident that she wants to give us the last one.
On. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. An who wants to become a god.
Yeah.
Does she want to become a god or does she want to become immortal?
She wants to become a god because when we went to Celestia, she couldn't go herself because she was not mortal or a god.
Would you rather have to take the shard from her or from the Night King?
Oof. That's a point.
I mean, they're both terrifying. I want to stay on her good side as long as possible, which could be forever. We could hope.
We also asked where Dalseth's prison is, where the last remaining part of him is. And she said
Right,
that
because
she
he was a winter knight, wasn't he?
Mhm.
yes, yes. And she started off by saying, "I would love to experiment on the limits of his immortality."
Oh.
Yeah. But she said that she'd be fine giving us his location with the assumption that we are going to kill him, which we are. However, because she does not have her shield, and because Dalseth is a betrayer and an enemy to the Winter Court, she doesn't want to give us the location because we could fail. and she doesn't
Right.
have a way of protecting herself. And we were like, well, we know where your shield is, the Winter Lady. How about we go get her out? And then you'll have your shield and you can give us Dalseth's location. And she said, and we told her where the Winter Lady was. And she said, oh, okay, well, the 121 star shadows around her prison are something I can deal with quite easily. But if there are any other star shadows, like Stent's star shadows, she wants us to deal with those. Because Garia likened it to old software where the 121 have been in their current state for the last 10,000 years. And Mab knows how to deal with them. Whereas the ones
Yeah.
that have been active in the world, she doesn't yet know how they operate and how to deal with them.
Yeah, that's
She's
fair.
like, you take care of those, and I can take care of the 121.
Yeah, so I think after we resurrect Griffle, that's our next order of business. To free the Winter Lady.
Sounds good.
I think so. Because all of this is in service of getting the Night King's true name knife activated.
Mm-hmm.
But then let Merc kill him, right? Oh no, it's
Or Margot.
Margot.
Margot. Yeah, sorry, it's Margot who has it.
Okay, can I ask a reframing question though? Why is Dalseth and the Night King on the top of the list? I don't recall how that came to be.
Because we got a vision of the Night King killing on.
Okay, so that moved to the front of the line. Okay, I forgot that part.
That's of course if we want to save on by getting the knife working.
Yeah. Who knows? Seems like as good a plan as any.
I haven't heard much from JP and Philly during all of this. Do either of you have any questions, things to add, etc.?
No, I
Yeah,
stayed
there
pretty
are.
quiet during this, so I didn't get killed.
Oh yeah, the
That's the
conversation started
spirit.
with Mav being like, "Oh, you're here to kill me?"
Yep. I'm like,
Yeah.
no.
That's not
Did
how
we
she said it, but yes.
did we find out who Morgana is? Was that just
League of Legends champion.
well, yeah, but in regards to this campaign?
Was there
I
a
don't think so.
was there a Morgana?
Yeah, she said to Drock, if you want me to undergo Morgana's fate, you should have brought more goblins.
Oh, well, I assumed that was a former Winter Queen.
Might have been, but there's only been like one or two former Winter Queens. Or did we know? I know a lot of Summer Queens died. Did any Winter Queens die? Because wasn't Grandmother Winter is like the original. She's never died.
She is the original Grandmother Winter.
And you guys,
Grandmother Summer there's one other Grandmother Summer. So Grandmother Summer died, and then the one that we have is the second one, I think.
No, the one we have is like way down the list. I think. I think
Really?
a lot of Summer Queens have died.
No, grandmother.
Yeah,
died.
queens have died, but grandmothers, I think only the original died, and then there's like the one that we have is her replacement.
And the original Summer grandmother that died did so. It was like a sacrificial act to prevent
Yes.
the adversary from winning.
I remember that. But like I guess well what my question was, I don't know where our Summer Queen falls. Like were all of her predecessors killed before her? I guess. And then she was promoted when grandmother was promoted, or like the grandmother was promoted and then a bunch got killed. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think we know the timeline on that.
Okay. And then how many Winter Queens died? I thought it was way, way fewer, if any.
I always assume you're asking the other players, but if that question is aimed at me, I will tell you what answers you've gotten before.
I will ask you since nobody has piped up.
So you know that of the 6 queens of fairy, there is a single original remaining, and that
Yeah.
is Grandmother Winter.
Yes.
You know that Grandmother Summer is only the second one to hold her office. So there's only been
Right.
2 Grandmother Summers. You know that the Queen of Summer and the Queen of Winter have changed, but the Queen of Summer has changed. So Mother Summer has changed a lot more frequently than Mother Winter has, and you knew this in you knew this in a vague context before, but it was sort of reiterated to you last session that the current Queen of Summer is relatively young, and the current Queen of Winter considers her to be a child, basically, compared to her. So the current Mother Winter is much older than the current Mother Summer.
And do we know how many Mother Winters there have been?
You do not know, but you do know from the conversation with Mother Summer that fewer queens of winter have been killed than queens of summer. But most of the queens that get killed are ladies.
Right. Okay.
So you ask her, she explains, gives you the pieces that you need to potentially do something about it, and you make the deal of this is the next step to go do. But before we go, there is a demence, there is a domain to be dealt with.
Sure is.
Anything else before we move on into that? Sounds like no. So, you can tell that that Queen Mab is going to be sitting here, sort of prepping herself while you guys go and do what you need to do. So it's not like she's just sort of like paused here waiting. She's extending her power. She's learning. She's doing a lot of the same thing that Mother Summer did when you woke her up, which is learning, using her power to figure out what's happening, to get the current state of affairs. And she's doing that from in here and also reaching out. And you guys got to learn. I don't know if you remember this because it wasn't a recap, but it might not be a big detail to bring up in a recap. But I told you guys something about the demences of winter and summer. Do you guys remember? I don't know if that was a thing you guys cared about or picked up on.
They were out of sync with each other.
True.
Is that what you're referring to?
It's not, but it is also true.
Wasn't there something about like winter was like so strong that it would overpower Philly's demence? Is that what you mean? Or
that is also true. But what I meant more was that she pulled back a curtain at one point when you were talking to her. She pulled back this curtain of frost, and inside there was this massive ocean of broken pieces of ice, of these like shards of ice that are flowing on top of one another. And she reached down through one of the crystalline shards in order to pluck the orb from one of her servants. And the thing that I was trying to say there, which Mab also kind of mentioned, is that is her opening up her demence and doing something with it. So you've seen both the summer and winter queen, or Mother Winter and Mother Summer, their ability to just kind of open up a doorway and go into it is a little different from Philly's way of accessing things. But like that's not just a little cool thing that they can do. That's them opening up their section of the vaults, opening up their personal domains.
Did you say something to Philly like eventually you'll figure out how to do this?
Yeah, basically.
I thought this was her saying, "Here's how you do it."
Yeah, kind of. But it's like she's sort of being like, this is the expertise that, if you continue to learn, you will eventually have. It will be this easy. But my mastery of this is so much beyond yours that I can't prevent myself from altering your dements if I go into it, right? There's no, I just can hold back of this. It's second nature to me. And if I need something done, I'll just change the world. So, she does offer to come along, but also kind of gives you that thing of, if I do come along, your domain is going to become winter in addition to being whatever else it is.
As in, it would gain like the winter domain.
Yeah, as in part of her going in there will make it hers in some way.
Right.
So, what is the plan from here? Philly, are you gonna meditate and open up your domain?
Wait, I thought she already did.
She opened up hers and was like, "Hey, this is how you do it. You have to meditate to open yours."
Did we short rest?
Yes.
We're sending it.
So you guys open. Philly meditates. The world kind of thins around him until he is able to slip through personally, but also allow others to pass through. There's a little bit of this that I'm going to be turning over to Griffle for explanation stuff. So it's going to be kind of me explaining stuff and Griffle explaining stuff as well, or filling in some blanks. But as you open up the domain and as you kind of get the sense of what's inside, when Queen Mab pulled back her curtain and there was this vast ocean that was mostly featureless, but it was covered in these huge shifting shards of ice. When Philly opens his domain, there is a sensation of similarity where it does feel like it is on the open ocean, but unlike Mab's, where there was a black featureless night sky, and this ocean that was just many scales of frozen panes of ice spread across the whole sea, this looks more like a stormy sea, a traditional ocean. The water is harsh and black. There is the creaking of riggings, the crack of whipping sails, and there is this element that you can sense of like desperation that comes from the domain as this spray of salty air comes through when he weakens the barriers to be able to open the path into his domain. And you can see that stepping through this will also be stepping onto the deck of a ship.
Is it a ship we recognize, or is it just unique to what we're doing?
It is a ship you would potentially recognize. Hang on. I'm seeing how quickly I can pull up the name of the ship, because it is a ship you would recognize.
Oh, is that the one from the vision?
The
When we
Golden
first-
Lion.
It's not the Golden Lion, because the Golden
Dauntless.
It's not the Dauntless, because the Dauntless was lost before the battle.
Oeste.
It should be the Oreste, I think.
Yeah. Oh! The only other name I remembered.
Yeah. So the other of the big warships This was the one that was like the heavy duty. This is the destroyer. This is the primary, battleship's not the correct term, but this is the primary warship of Hardhome. And it looks a bit different than the others. It is pretty iconic, where some of the ships have very different perspectives of things. The HMV Oreste is noticeable in something that you could see from a long way off, because if you remember way back when, so the two big ships that Hardhome had that was completely under their control, they're from their ports during the Battle of Hardhome, was the Caledon and the Oreste. And the Caledon was the mage ship that just had a bunch of defenses and had places for spellcasters. And then the Oreste was the gunship, was the one that had all of these huge cannons and things on it. Oh, did I not? Oh, I put it in a different folder. That's why. So hopefully this works. I'm not tinkered with the folders on Roll20 as much as I should.
Vote.
So you can see this sort of drab, dreary, washed out appearance. Not black and white in the same way that some of the things that have the fell influence, like the Shadowfell look to them, is more like old timey grainy footage from a movie. There is this sort of surreal, almost artist rendering quality to things. And you can see there are several ships sort of packed together close on stormy seas. And you guys step across and are on board a ship. And as soon as you step onto the deck of the ships and have that moment of fading into place, Filibuster comes through last. But from everybody else's perspective, it's almost as if Filibuster came through first. On the deck of the ship, at the helm of the ship, you see Griffle. She looks a little different. She doesn't have some of the sort of iconic stuff that you come to associate with Griffle, of the sun emblems and things like that. She looks more like she did back at the Battle of Hardhome. The only things missing from that old version of her is you do not see the holy symbol of the Church of St. Tython and the Leviathan on her now. But you see a place in her armor where it would have been. And then standing next to her, she's currently at the helm, is a figure that you can only kind of sort of recognize as Philly. It looks like Filibuster if Filibuster was about a head again taller than he actually is. Almost a full, foot and a half, almost 2 feet taller than what Filibuster really is. And gone are many of the caster entrapments, right? The implement that he wields, the holy symbol that he bears, the armor designed for full protection, but not necessarily for quick movement throughout the battlefield. Instead, you see someone that is holding Baneslayer more like it's a weapon than a tool for spellcasting. And you see there is this sort of aura of drawing your attention, and almost an aura of beauty around Filibuster, as other people around him seem to be focused intently on his presence aboard the deck of the ship. I can't find your token, Philly, and I feel like I'm being dumb.
Is it? Do you want the new one?
Yeah. There we go. So that is what you guys see on the deck of the ship.
Do I see them pop out?
Yeah, you see them pop out, and then after a second, you see a second Filibuster just onto the deck of the ship. The whole ship sort of bucks and moans, pushing in the heavy waves.
Oh, thank God you're here. I mean, sorry, Griffin would actually say like, "Oh, thank the redeemed." Um, am I still dead out there? Never mind. Don't worry about it. We the bigger fish to fry. Look, filibuster. There's some. This is your place, I think. This is your whatever it is. And these people, they believe in you, and they're under attack.
By what?
Don't know exactly. Was coming from the door to the vaults. The people were divided on how to handle things. I convinced them with, well, I say I convinced them. Really, you convinced them. And I gesture at the construct. You convinced them that. Well, I convinced you to convince them that fleeing to sea would be the best way. I mean, their souls were being corrupted, destroyed, like turned to evil ends, and well, I didn't think you'd really want that, and I didn't think you'd want to fight without you being here and risk losing all of your people. So we're on a ship, and man, I was really hoping you would come.
Well, it looks like I'm already here.
As she's explaining this, the rest of the party, kind of seeing two versions of Philly there, can see that the air around the other version of Philly, the one that came through last, is a little distorted, making the other version of Philly kind of look almost like a heat mirage, where you can see like he's fairly indistinct. And when other members of the crew that are scrambling back and forth, adjusting things aboard the ship, trying to helm the ship through stormy waters, they just don't seem like they notice the rest of you guys, but they don't seem to pay attention at all to the version of Filibuster that came through with you all.
How many souls are in your domens, Philly?
I think I need to make a call to get the exact number. Oh, wait. I'm getting a call.
So when you
wait,
think
wait,
about
wait.
it, you know.
Wait, what did you say?
When
Oh,
you
what I
think
need to
about
think
it, you're
about it.
like, oh, how do I know this? It instantly comes to you.
All right. Well, I got a call from my manager. I think it's around 2,251. Do I know if that has dropped recently, Gary, or?
So you get the sensation that is the number, but there isn't anything that's there doesn't feel like a history to that number. It's more like someone asks you like, how many fingers do you have? And you're like, well, I mean, I can feel them. I've got this many. But you don't feel like that. You feel like that number is correct, but you don't get any sense that number has changed, even though there is some understanding that it probably has.
Got it.
Griffle, you have been in here for perhaps a seal or two. How long do you think you have been in here?
Well, it was enough time to have an argument with this filibuster about what the right thing is to do. He, by the way, was in favor of just fully storming the gate to the vaults and losing all these souls. And I mean, what were we gonna do? It's not like we can fight these things. I mean, I don't really know if we can fight these things anyway. It was enough time for us to make a decision, gather everyone in the village, and head out to sea. I don't really know how long we've been out here. It's been a while.
And what is in the village that is threatening these souls?
Don't know exactly. Creatures that want to take the souls, corrupt them, change them.
They are agents of the adversary. They have come to destroy all we wish to create, and so we must resist.
When the other filibuster talks, everyone who's doing things aboard the ship either stops what they're doing and looks at him, or continues what they're doing as best they can and just sort of like glances in their direction or like angles themselves to be able to see him better.
Gary, I have a question. Oh, actually, can I ask Filibuster? Well, I guess I would know the answer. I know everyone in the domain. So, would I know if Patsia Carr is still here?
You do know. She is here. She's aboard this ship, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, that's nice. Can I seek her out?
Sure. You know exactly where she is. And she's below decks on the ship.
I would like to approach her.
Okay. So you guys, you would need to head below decks in order to do this. So you're going to need to leave kind of the stuff that's happening here. I don't want to say like, not like a different encounter, but it's like you know you're going to have to go far enough away that this kind of conversation is going to end if that's what you're going to do.
Okay, no, that's okay. I'll let others speak then first.
Also, I hope my the voice thing actually worked.
It did work.
It
Good.
did.
Was that intentionally Baneslayer's voice?
Yeah. It's not only is it intentionally, it is very obviously Baneslayer's voice coming out of the other Philly. So what do your characters do when you hear Baneslayer's voice coming out of Philly's body? Or this changed Philly's body? Crickets, crickets.
I mean, I think I'm looking at our Philly.
I don't know what I would do. It's more so my character's just stunned. I'm still holding my weapon, right? Does killing both of them?
Yeah.
Do I still feel something from there?
Kind of, but it feels like a normal weapon. There's still magic there. There's still power there. But you've been able to tell for a very long time that there was something different about the weapon, that there was sort of a more than just a magic presence on it. And lots of other individuals that you've encountered have been able to recognize Baneslayer as something different. Baneslayer now, the one that you're holding, doesn't feel different. It feels like a normal magic weapon. It doesn't have that sort of sense of persona.
I'll address myself and say, are our people safe? As safe as they can be.
Our people cower and hide. Our people flee when they should fight. But our people survive until you can be what I am.
And
I think I
even
know-
people that don't wield Baneslayer, even people that don't have this supernatural connection to the weapon, can feel this sort of deep anger radiating off of the other Philly.
I think I know what you want me to be, but I am not certain what we're fighting. So I can you show us?
I can take you there if your pilot will allow us to sail for shores controlled by the enemy. I can show you them if you have the strength to fight them. Should you see your enemy and wish to cower in safety, I do not wish those here that believe in you to see such cowardice in you.
I would not put my followers in danger. Is there a different vessel we could take?
Baneslayer sort of sneers when you say, I will not put my followers in danger.
Those that follow you are in danger whether you wish it or not. The choice is not whether you put them into danger. The choice is whether you have the strength and conviction to act, to save those that are relying upon you, to do what must be done. Some of them may not make it, but if you sacrifice all of them for fear of sacrificing any of them, you will no longer have a domain for any to follow. You will diminish and become as the others who failed to ascend.
I just lean into Filibuster and I'm like, he's been like this the whole time.
Yeah. I think you are weak to think you could not save them all. And I think we can. Gripple, can you show us the way? Oh, that's what I'll say at the end.
So, Griffle, you get this weird sort of breaking sensation, this feel of like shearing yourself. And as Filibuster says, can you show us the way? You get this sensation that the world around you is changing and altering. There is an impression that if you can do it the right way, when you turn the ship, you will turn just your ship. Not this ship, the one that's carrying dozens and dozens of souls trying to go through the stormy seas and just remain safe. You're pretty certain if you turn back to shore, if you can get it right, just right, that you can turn just the version of your ship that goes back to carry whoever you wish. Just this group or just this group plus another. The DM is going to take a second and say, does that make sense to Foxy, what I'm saying?
Yes, I can essentially choose who I want to take back with us.
Yeah,
like a
and you
little
think that you're going to be thinking of like a branching path and like a timeline. When you turn the ship, you think you're going to basically turn a new ship out of what this one is. And depending on how well you can kind of keep that thought together, the ship will have slightly different properties.
Ah, okay.
So is that something you want
I
to do?
guess that would be.
You feel the command.
I mean, I guess that would be like, you know, it's Filibuster's place. I don't want to just be like, hey, I'm going to put all your people in danger, you know?
Mhm.
I guess I would ask, like, what would Filibuster want here?
What have you been doing this whole time?
What do you mean? What have I been doing? What? Saving your people!
And then why would we not continue to do so?
We will continue to do so. It's just whether or not we go back.
If there are agents of the adversary on shore, I believe we should turn around and fight them.
Drock?
Are we willing to fight alone or bring your people to assist? This is their world, but you wish to protect them.
Are they able to assist? Gary?
I mean, they might be. It depends on if you want to take them with, right? I mean, what you know from what Griffle said is Baneslayer has been trying to lead them to do a thing, and Griffle has led them out to sea. So they can, do that. They've made these ships. They're piloting the ships. They're doing their own thing. Can they help? Probably. But will they be in danger? Definitely.
Well, as is my religion, I will give them the choice.
So, how do you want to express this choice to people?
Many of you will die, but that is a risk I'm willing to take. Or some of you will die. I don't know what you mean by that. Or do you?
So they're basically, you're in charge of a small fleet of ships out in a stormy sea. And the decision here is we want to turn back towards shore and go and engage the enemy.
Sure.
If the thing you're trying to do is give people the option to choose to follow or not, how are you going to send this out to all of these people, right? You've got several hundred, potentially a couple of thousand people spread over several ships in a fleet. How do you want to send out that choice? How are you going to make them able to make a choice when you're on the deck of a ship out in the middle of the ocean?
I mean, it's my demands. Can't I just speak to everyone? Or no?
That is something that you might have the potential to do. Yeah. Do you want to just say everyone in my domain can hear my voice and I give them the option?
That is what I would like to do. Or attempt to do.
Okay. So when you try to do it, right, when you try to take ownership of your demands, when you try to impose your will upon your world, you can feel that when you grab this thing, it's supposed to be a tool, right? Using the same metaphor that the Griffle is using to kind of navigate things on her end, she has the image of the helm, of the wheel that she's turning the ship on. By that same thing, when you have something like that, when you go and grab it, you get the feeling that it's like frayed or broken. You try to turn something in it, it's resisted or rusted or stuck. There is this sensation that you should be able to use this tool very easily, but the mechanism is broken. There is resistance to what you're trying to do. So by default, when you try to command your demands, you need to either use a skill related to one of your domains, one of your like godly domains, or you can replace that with either insight or religion. Insight and religion are automatic at all times, and then the others can sort of be justified if it's tied to one of your domains. So, for example, if your domain is war, you might be able to pretty reasonably justify intimidate. If your domain was magic, then you could pretty reasonably justify arcana. So my question for Filibuster is, what would Filibuster use as his way to try to command his dements?
Is the resistance and maybe you can give a real answer or not, but what is wrong with my approach today? Is the resistance angry, or is it otherworldly? If that makes sense.
So the resistance doesn't feel like it has it just feels like the tool is broken. It doesn't feel like there's like something that's actively in the way, but it's like, oh, you know, kind of think of the idea of like you put the key in the ignition of your car, you turn the car starts, you go to do a thing. This time you put the key in the ignition, you turn, and you get that like attempting to turn over sound, right? The and it doesn't actually work. And you can feel that there is something there preventing the mechanism from working. It's not like there is, you know, a monster inside your engine or something. It's just you feel like the basic core components of the thing you're trying to use are broken, and you need to overcome that. You need to fix that to will that to work correctly.
Can I do something slightly different?
Sure.
Can I ask myself to speak for me?
You're asking the construct to speak for you?
Yes.
What do you want it to say?
I would say
I will also let you know.
Yeah.
This is just something that Filibuster would be aware of.
Yeah.
If basically you're going to try to use your construct as a megaphone to use that like commanding attention thing that he's doing.
Yeah. That's not exactly what I was going to do.
Okay. I was going to say, if you do that, you know he's going to phrase that question in his own way.
I think that's maybe an interesting way of approaching it. I will say I have seen your way, at least partially, and it does not go against what I believe to allow people to fight or to allow them to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. I would like to give them the choice to join us in the coming battle. Will you assist me in doing so?
So that sounds like what you're trying to do is something like a diplomacy check against Baneslayer, trying to convince Baneslayer.
Unfortunately.
Now, if you want it to be something else, right? If you want it to be, again, insight and religion are the default things for a lot of these things in your domain. So you could also do as insight or religion in order to do this, right? You can use religion to frame it in the religious tenets of things to sort of get him to be on the same wavelength, the same dogmatic wavelength that you're trying to go for. Or you can use insight to try to manipulate the situation into having him hear exactly what you intend and what you want him to hear in a way that makes it the most likely to be followed, right? You're trying to get the baseline intention through using your domain to make it easier for you to be understood by anyone who can hear you, including the construct.
It would be easiest to use insight, but that's lame. I'm going to use religion because I think it's appropriate.
Sounds good. So you make the case, going through all of this. You're trying to express like, hey, this is what needs to happen. This is the choice that needs to be made. And then it responds, and you can tell when Baneslayer is responding to you, he is broadcasting to everyone. He is saying not only an answer to you, but the answer to everyone else.
What you believe is not incompatible to what I am. But it is up to all to decide whether they believe it is better to run and hide and survive, or if it is better to stand and fight for their home.
And you can tell that last part, he didn't just say it to you, he said it to everyone.
I would say rousing.
So when he says that, you can see the sort of like halo of energy around many of the people that are aboard the deck of the ship. You can sense the response from the residents of your demesnes, as about 3/4 of them vote for protect home, and about 1/4 of them vote for stay at sea, stay safe, stay away from stuff, hide.
It seems you are a worthy guiding light.
You can see the construct sort of narrow its eyes and look at you, and you think it assumes that you are either joking or mocking him.
I am not.
Yeah. Whether that's true or not is separate. So the contract turns to look at Griffle, and then sends a gesture along with the command.
Helmsman, return us to port.
Hey, Captain.
And with the will of, if you're assuming that the plan is that, we can bring along everyone who Baneslayer wants to bring along, does not take a check to split the ship. So if that's the plan, if it's to kind of issue the command that you were given, when you turn, you see most of the fleet. The whole fleet splits into multiple ships, but you see that many of the ships that are left behind sort of float near each other and combine into multiple vessels, to where of the 15 or so ships that are at sea, they turn and there are now 30 ships at sea. And then as the 15 that turn away go back towards harbor, a couple of them meld into each other to where you've got 12 ships going back to harbor. And then the rest that are out, they very quickly meld back together until you've got 3 ships left out at sea. And you guys head back quickly, sailing into the harbor. So, you guys see this. So, Hardhome looks like Hardhome that is the Demesne version of Hardhome. It looks like a shrunken version of Hardhome. Not that the buildings or the streets or the ships are individually any smaller, but the great bay that is where Hardhome sits, the open water that separates the town into this sort of great U shape, that is shrunken down to being a little bit more than a river. The idea that the focus and the energy, kind of if you drew the map of Hardhome, but you took away everything that wasn't the edge of the water, any of the deep water in the center of the port, all of that is gone. Any of the deck or the water that is not near one of the long docks that reach out on either side of her harbor, those sort of crisscross to make a harbor that is in actuality several miles across look like it's a 1/4 mile across at most. So there is this sort of shrunken's not the right word, distorted. This distorted thing, almost like the edges of the waterway are in like a funhouse mirror, that you can tell that the bay is still there, but it's like you can't see it. You can only see the reflections of the buildings where the people are. And there's mist shrouded on everything, but there are also in the distance you can see smoke curling up around several of the buildings. there is this sense of burning in the air, and the scent that you get from it is very crisp and clean, sort of like someone has taken like a wood burning tool and has burned onto like fresh wood. It's not the sort of mixed smells that you would get from like a building burning down that has all the different types of materials. This feels like a singular smell, almost like a smell of incense burning, or like an unscented incense burning. And you see people, gathered aboard the decks of the ship as you get closer to the harbor. The storms that are out in sea, they just sort of stop. There is this sensation of this feel of, rather than physically traveling from an area of open sea and open water to an area that's not open sea of open water, it's more like everyone sort of decides we're home instead of we're out at sea, and you cross over a threshold into this place, into what hard home looks like when it is represented in the demesnes. So you can see the city has some pieces that are burning, some pieces that look like they've been destroyed. There's mist sort of flowing through everything. What is the group's plan? What do you guys want to do as you're coming back into Hardhome? And Griffel, do you want to weigh in with anything you've learned?
Yeah, I think I would be like, the threat is coming from the gate to the vault. I don't know what these things are, but I do know that we have to fight them.
And Philly, you would know that there's more or less 2 ways to get there, kind of 3 ways to get to where the vault is, or where the door to the vault is. You know that it's on the far side of where you currently are. So you could either try to sail the ship, sail the fleet up the sort of distorted memory of the bay, basically what now looks like a river. You could sail it up effectively the river to get to where the vault is. You could make your way off of the ships through the streets, or you could make your way in the sort of the hills. You can kind of go at it from an angle and come from the hills that ring either side. You can't see them. You just see there's mist on either side, but to either side of the city there are these hills.
Ooh, Griffel, is there a reason they haven't come further in?
I don't know. They came to the town, probably because that's where all this.
Captain, you're cutting out.
Oh, sorry. It's outside. It's windy. They came to the town. I don't know where they went. We obviously don't know anything since we went to sea.
Gary, are there any people left in this city, or did Griffel get them all out?
As far as you can tell, Griffel got them all out. There is a momentary sensation, a weird sort of tingle that comes up your spine as you come into the harbor, and the number changes. 2252, 2251.
It went up and immediately down.
Went up and then immediately down.
They're sucking souls that are coming in.
Where do the souls come when they enter your demesnes?
Well, Griffel said they're coming from the vault, so it's almost like they're being fed through the deposit box, if you will.
Well, but where is that? Where do they manifest?
For the record, 2 different things. So Griffel's saying the invaders are coming from the door to the vaults. And your ass is, how do the souls get in here?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer, except I do know the answer, because Gary will tell me.
So I mean, I understand this has been a while since we've done the video, but like, or the vignette, but they sort of appear in in like their own home and their own representation of home, usually in a building somewhere along the docks or somewhere along the edge of the waterway, because a lot of, at least if it's people from Hardhome, because they view themselves as a port city people, so they view themselves as people that live by the port.
So people are dying in the real world, popping in here, and then something is finding them immediately and eating them.
That is the supposition. Uh,
Is it only people from Hardhome here?
Not necessarily, but they're the main cohort of my religion is people in Hardhome because they're the people who are the main start of it.
Am I able to feel anything aberrant?
To try to send out your senses in this world to try to
Mhm.
get a feel for things.
Yes.
So if Philly will allow you to do so, you can sort of connect to that sense that he's using to control his dements.
I am not going to do that. You said we could either go up the river, through the city, or to the hills.
Correct. So because you know that the vault is on the far side of the city.
Sure. I will say to Baneslayer, if it's a battle you seek, why don't we seek a grand battlefield? And I'll send an image that I've done before of like sort of an open field or a leader on a hill type thing, and say, you want the challenge, then stand on top of that hill and challenge our enemies.
I am not you. I appear to them as you should be, as you would be if you had valor in your heart. I will lead them onto this battlefield, but this place is your place, not mine. The more you push your will into this world, the more you attempt to change things, the more it will combat my control and my ability to feed on their strength and show them a better way. If you are not with me, then your image will become more your own.
You can tell basically that he's like, I don't think you want to be in that battle. And if I go in that battle sort of by myself and go into this glorious combat, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do anything because I'm just sort of wearing your face right now.
Mm-hmm. And if my ideal self fails, does this world collapse?
If I am slain, attempting to show them the resolve you should be showing them, they will lose hope. They will lose faith. They will be easy prey. They will want the oblivion rather than be wasted in an afterlife they do not believe in.
Then I will come with you. And I'll stand by your side.
You can tell he's just very skeptical about that. Like he's assuming that there's some sort of trick.
I can tell that.
Mhm.
Say, I have never lied to you, and I do not in this moment.
If it is a true battle you wish, then an open battlefield it should be. Up this river, to the head of the waters, there is a deep marshland right before the vaults. That's where I first sensed something was wrong. There their forces will be strongest. There they will be able to be broken. Should we strike down Anathema there, it will push into our realm no farther.
Is that a capital A anathema?
That is a capital A.
That's one of the walkers, right?
I think
Uh,
so.
It's Anathema the God Slayer, she who walks on the souls of others. She's one of the 6.
I'll just repeat what I said before, which is, I have not lied to you, and I continue to not. Let's march.
So if that's what you want to do, then it's going to basically be like, you can tell that there's this hesitation, right? That Baneslayer doesn't believe you'll actually go and engage them in combat, but you've said you will. And because he's sort of trying to be the idealized version of you, he wants to believe this is true. And so he raises the sort of glittering version of Baneslayer that is more like Baneslayer, the long spear, Banespear, the weapon in his hands, and gestures forward. And you see the ships behind all sort of line up in file. And you can hear the clinking and clattering as the sides of the ships change. You can see people turn from going at the moorings of piloting the ship, of doing all the things you need to do to get the ship to move from A to B. There is this sensation of the ship being kind of on a rail, of being tugged down a single channel, that if the ship is placed within this river, within this narrow channel leading upwards, and you will it forward, it doesn't need any sort of control. It doesn't need anyone in the riggings. It's basically going to be drawn towards where you are commanding it to go. And so the people that are on board are getting off of the deck of the ship and are going below to man the cannons that now exist because they are going to man them. All right, and now I need for people to put some tokens on the board, please.
Gary, these are different tokens and they have the same spells. I don't know why that is occurring.
Different tokens that have the same spells.
Like, click on both of the filibuster tokens. I'm seeing them have the same.
Oh, could you drag out the other filibuster token, the new golden one?
Yeah. Let's see, this one is not working. But if I open the journal, it's right.
I think it's because of the way you have it labeled. Let me see. Yeah, so it's labeled incorrectly. What is the name of that new journal?
Illidan?
Okay.
Illidan?
No.
Oh.
So the way that it's labeled is the weirdness. Hang on. Let's see if I can fix it real quick.
I don't know why, but this scenario just gave me vibes of Stargate again. The one where Shepard's stuck in that dome that's going faster, and they have to go into a field and fight something so that they all ascend.
It's funny because I was actually, when I was working on this, I was getting really strong Stargate like vibes, but not that episode.
What episode were you thinking?
Literally all the episodes where they're like, hey, you're like, grab your torch and pitchfork, you gotta fight these people, otherwise they're gonna take you over. And all the people are like, oh no, but we're scared. And then the Stargate crew has to be like, hey, you can do this. Blah, 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 blah.
Partially that, and partially the cityscape in my mind's eye has this sort of like weird sort of mix of Victorian and industrialized stuff in my head for the way that Hardhome looks. And there is an episode where they go and they try to help this person, and they find out like episodes later that the person that they helped was not this like beneficent person, but was like a terrible war criminal, like poisoning worlds and stuff.
Linnea.
Is that Linnea? Yeah, I was thinking of her in my head as the alchemist, but I don't know if that's actually what she's called in the. But yeah, that's the one that I was thinking of, is the first instance where they deal with that, and it's mostly just because the city look in my mind is like that. So, you guys are all out here now, and Filibuster, you can choose to act. 1, 2, 3. I'm still missing one. Missing Morin. No, Morin's
Nope.
there.
I'm here.
I'm missing
Oh, it's me.
somebody.
It's me.
Morin's token isn't totally distracting at all.
I will change it
Pretty
after this
lady.
session.
All right, so I'm going to put up initiative, and if you guys could roll initiative for Philly, you can roll as either Filibuster or Philodin, but only one of them will be able to act. So use one of the 2 stat blocks. It is your choice.
And is Griffle here?
Philodin.
Griffle is here.
Yeah. We get +3.
Am I alive?
Or is there Helm here?
You are at full health.
Her helm is on the head that I'm carrying, if that counts.
It's nearby. Surely that counts.
I mean,
Harry, are we doing skill checks or are we're not fighting, right?
Potentially, because it depends on how this goes. It is possible.
I'm asking because I would act as Filibuster until we fight potentially.
Okay. I would say that depending on the nature of what's happening, we're going to start as a skill challenge, but it might end as a combat.
Got it. I just feel like I have to still convince myself.
So my question for Griffle is, did Griffle have the helm at Hardhome? I think the answer was actually yes.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. I got it in my, I think, 3rd or 4th session played.
Okay, so then yes, then you have the helm. You have the helm in both actuality and, technically you have a second copy of the helm. More.
I'm hearing +6 to initiative. Is that right?
You could take the helm off of her corpse and put it on yourself.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it is skill
Some
challenge
ideas.
initiative. So that means that Griffle, you're going to be up first. So as you guys make your way into the channel, you see the other people coming down. You can see these shadows, these dark things reaching out from the edges of the city itself. Night night. You can see sort of these dark shadows sort of snaking through the ways around the city itself. And in addition to seeing these sort of shadows, you can see to either side of the ship that there are these strange sort of oscillating multicolored lights that are strobing off in the distance. So there's like something deep within the city. So think of like 2 or 3 city blocks back, something that you wouldn't be able to see because of the mist, but you can see through the mist that there is this sort of rainbow multicolored hue, like strange hues of light from either side that seem to be sort of puppet mastering these dark shadows that are coming towards the ship. So the goals of the challenge are to make it safely through the river to the swamp. So you can either help make the ship go, and obviously there's lots of other options, but primarily the goal is either get there faster prevent the shadows from overtaking the ship, either by going after the shadows directly, or trying to deal with whatever those lights are in the mist. And as soon as kind of everyone gets situated and the shadows start to reach out of the docks onto, like, to grab at the ships going down the waterway, the cannons start to ring from down below as the people of the ships begin to fight back against the shadows stalking the streets. So what is Griffle's thoughts here?
Cool. This is super up my alley. So I think I'm going to be it would be dungeoneering to, like, steer the ship, or
Yeah, to quickly navigate through this sort of tight space, kind of bend things to go faster.
Yeah.
It would be engineering. Yeah.
I want to do, like, F1 levels of maths. I'm, like, looking for the line of optimum momentum based on what I know of my decades of being a pilot.
You're drift sailing the channel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's not too good. Oh, that should be one higher. Sorry, I'll fix that. 26.
No worries. And just as a reminder, the DCs are for level 16, so that is a moderate DC success. I had this on the map earlier, but it's probably it's really tiny. Hang on, let me fix this. I'm trying to see a color that actually shows up well in this background. I think the yellow is probably about as close as I'm going to get. All right, that's one success on the navigation challenge, one of many.
Okay, so you said we could either help with navigating the river or like deterring the invading mystery bad guys. And there was a third one?
So it's basically two different challenges with two different ways to go about the different things that you're doing. So you either navigate the channel by physically trying, or not physically, like trying to navigate the boat itself to where it's going, or by trying to speed them up or to help the crew or things like that, right? So there's navigate the channel by working with the crew to help them, or navigate the channel by like actually piloting the ship. Then there is stop the shadows, which is the other thing. You can either stop the shadows directly, the ones that are coming out of the city, and try to grab at the ship itself, or you can try to stop the shadows by going after what seems to be is either projecting or controlling those shadows, which are these dancing sort of rainbow colored lights and all these very bright, brilliant hues that are hidden several streets back in the cloud of mists.
Okay. I really would like to just try to understand exactly what is happening. Do I So Philly, you said you wouldn't let me do this, but like, can I tell if the bright rainbow things are aberrant? Like, did they seem like they're part of the adversary, or did they seem like they're part of something else?
That was just for that one moment. If you want to do other things in this, that's fine.
Yeah. So
Okay.
the thing that you need permission from him to do is if you want to try to use his like I can alter reality thing as part of the domain.
No,
So
but just, I mean, like, I guess, is this like a dream concordance kind of situation? Are we like physically in somewhere, or what is happening? Can you just kind of speak to that a little bit?
sure. So you are physically in a place that you can alter very similar to a dream. So your
Okay.
physical bodies are here. You're actually present in this. But you can tell that because of where you are, that the world is much more mutable than it is in the real world, right? This place is being shaped by belief and thought in a way that doesn't really happen, sort of in the same sort of way of like, if you can, you can use your like dimensional scramble, right? You can take your mind and use it to reorient reality. It's like everybody has dimensional scramble in here. Like you can reorient things. The pieces are very easy for you to move here, and you don't get the feeling that you have to be psionic or that even it is a directly psionic thing. But that's the sort of sense that you get, if that makes more
Okay.
sense.
Yeah, I mean, because I guess what I'm thinking is, as a scion, I'm very familiar with like people's minds, and I'm wondering if like my orb, for example, can fight against like domination, and I'm wondering if like this demence sort of exists within Philly's mind in a way, like if he's being dominated in a way that his demence is being invaded.
So not directly, but you think that this entire place sort of functions like a complex mind that is linked to him.
Right. So then I'm thinking like, because I have through the orb path to the endless, which is when you start your turn dominated, the eye attempts to destroy the invading influences connection.
Mhm.
And I'm wondering if that feels relevant to like repelling these shadows or removing these shadows.
So the sense that you would get is that in order to make that a thing that you can actually do outwardly,
Hmm.
you would need to be able to like send it out at something, right? The normally it tries to burn away anything that influences you because the orb is connected to your mind.
Hmm.
In order to kind of create that connection between, okay, I need to make it not between me and my orb, but between the orb and this place, or I need to kind of create another link, right? Go from the orb to me to this place, or from me to the orb to this place, right? You're changing how it's linked together.
Hmm.
That is going to be a bit of you pushing your will into the world. So yeah, any of the like charisma style skills, diplomacy or intimidate might be default for doing something like that. But you get the impression that if you're going to have to either like send your orb into something, like cast it out, throw it like an attack almost, either
Hmm.
physically or mentally, or both.
Okay.
It's sort of like I have a defensive measure that I want to trigger, so I'm going to put that defensive measure inside of a thing to force it to trigger. So you're sort of using a defensive thing offensively, if that makes sense.
Hmm. Okay. Uh, and here's one that's maybe like a little more direct. So now I have each enemy adjacent to me takes radiant and psychic damage.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just wholesale use that like with my projected consciousness, kind of doing like some space inversion stuff to be next to all of these shadows?
Okay. So you're sort of you're kind of extending the next to me is anywhere next to these ships, right? You're extending your personal protections out to a much broader perspective.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
Okay. Uh, it's not an attack. It's just each enemy adjacent to me takes 20 radiant and psychic damage.
Yeah. So by default, this would be you need a skill to sort of change the way it functions because this world is more mutable. You
Hmm.
wouldn't be able to do this in the real world,
Right.
but you need to kind of believe that next to you counts as anywhere next to the ships.
I mean, I think I'd use Arcana just because that's how I cast these spells.
Okay, I can see that.
Okay. That's my understanding of how space and time works. $33.
33. So 33 is 2 successes against the shadows. and you see them flooding out into the channel, reaching out, and then getting seared and burned away. The shadows are very amorphous looking until they until they touch that light. And when they do touch that light, they look strange, like a mixture between humanoid and insectoid, where the body is very thin. The head is sort of like ant-like in its proportions, where it's a little bit too big compared to this very thin neck. The body structure is sort of sunken and thin. And the legs are also these very like thin, reedy things. And as the arms reach out and they get seared away by the light, you can see that there's 2 legs and 6 arms, so 3 sets of arms reaching out and burning, being burned back by the light. Drock, you're up.
Yeah, so in a similar vein, I was thinking I want to use the Triptychos daily power, radiate like bright light, but instead of like just radiating everywhere, I kind of want to aim it at the shadows and target them specifically.
Okay, so you're sort of like solidifying a sunbeam of summer power into the shadows.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Would there be a good skill check for that?
I mean, you're using Fey power, so I would say that sounds like it would default to something like nature. But if you can justify something else, I can see something else as well. Because a lot of this, what skill to use is I justify what I'm doing.
Yeah, it's a very odd thing I'm doing though, right? Manipulating something that I wouldn't otherwise do. So, yeah, nature's fine. I'll try nature.
Because like the other thing that I can think of, right, is if it is supposed to be I am the Summer Knight, this is just who I am. I want to basically be a channel for summer power. I'm maybe not even pointing the weapon. I'm just pointing myself at the problem and saying, summer, fix it. If that is the way that Drock would see it, then it's more him just opening himself up to be a conduit to power. So you probably could do that as something like a diplomacy check, something that you're trying to call upon Summer directly, right? You're trying to call upon Mother Summer, or trying to call upon the Summer Lady to give their knight aid. Or you could try to do it as just opening up all the channels of what power that you have and trying not to get burned to a crisp by making like an endurance check to let Summer light flow through you.
I was thinking, like for Drock, it would definitely be like, let Summer deal with this. This is the adversary. Burn away the shadows. So that makes sense to me. But I was also thinking, like, if I can push some of my own power into it as well, and like almost even burn, oh, my brain.
Healing Surge?
Yeah, thank you. If I could burn healing surges to enhance it, I would.
Okay. Yeah, I could see if you wanted to spend a surge to get a bonus to it. I could see that. Yeah.
Okay, and then that would probably fall under endurance then, hey?
Yeah, probably.
All right, let's do that.
So you focus in your power. The surge would give you a +2 to the check. So knock yourself down 1 surge. It's not going to quite make it up to hard DC, but it is going to sort of let summer power flow through you and out of you as this beam of almost solid sunlight comes in the wake of this still dangerous but much more diffuse aura that one of Minnie has put up. And you're just sort of like slewing a line of summer power. Sort of, it makes me think of like a weakened version of. Do you remember the Summer Lady letting loose in the City on the Moon? Brain is not working
Silver
today.
Spire.
Silver Spire, correct. So her letting loose at Silver Spire. This is sort of the the Drox sort of mini version of that, the Summer Night version of this.
Doesn't using a daily power do something?
It could potentially do something, but he didn't use a daily power.
I did. The Triptychos Daily is why I started this all with.
Oh, correct. I forgot that that's a daily power. Then yes. So that would give you an extra +2. So that would knock it up to hard DC. So you are aware that there are possible. So you get 4 successes. You know that there are 6 possible successes in order to stop the shadows from overtaking the ship at the end of the round, or at least damaging the forward progression. Filibuster, it is your turn.
First, I'm gonna use insightful comment. Give me a little +7. And then almost like a conversation, because you have expressed that Baneslayer is doubtful of me. I would like to I don't know what the parlay with him or them, effectively saying like if you want me to become what you are or what these people believe I am, you also need to place your faith in me. I don't know what the I need you to sort of work with me and lead these people in the way that you're claiming that you are going to lead them, because that is what I believe we should do.
I mean, that sounds like one of the best justified diplomacy checks I've ever heard.
Yeah. So I need that +7 or I'm going to fail. Cool.
25. And my question for you is, what is the goal, right? Is the goal to help kind of bring his presence to stop the shadows? Is it to do something different that's not one of the...
What I kind of... It's annoying that this has happened 3 times in a row because I have this exact same idea as Drock and What a Mini, but like the idea of, a giant banner of light, or just like the idea of light has been ever present in representation around Baneslayer. So I was thinking either like, being a beacon to draw the shadows out, or, to scare them away, almost any of that type of thing.
Gotcha.
Something in relation.
So you basically have 3 different versions, right? You've got 3 different types of light in 3 different ways. So One of Many has created this sort of short range but pretty powerful like AoE light. And then you have the very focused, very directed sort of beam of energy that the Summer Night is sort of using to slew through the battlefield and sort of hitting the kind of hard to kill targets, right? So the stuff gets damaged, and the majority of the shadows get taken out by the light from One of Many. But any of the sort of like harder points, right? Any of the nastier shadows that are getting closer, any of the bigger, denser ones, they're getting direct attention from the Summer Night and being blown away. Whereas what you do is you raise the banner, as you've done a couple of times before, and it's not this beam, it's not this small area AoE, it is this pervasive light that spreads out far in every direction, that as it extends away, banishes the shadows that are clinging to the safety of the alleyway. That when you raise the banner, you can see the light that goes out makes it to where nothing can even approach the water's edge without being seen. And when you do this and you raise the banner, you see the construct version of Baneslayer. You see the sort of idealized version of the people's idealized version of Filibuster. Look at the banner, and then look out into the mist, into the mist at the edge of where the banner's light is, where there are those 2 sort of pinpoints of light still shrouded in mist. And you get this strange sensation that you're pretty certain is direct from Baneslayer, of uncertainty. Like it doesn't understand something. It doesn't know where it stands. It doesn't know what to do about that multi-hued, multicolored light. It sees all this stuff and says, great, we're banishing the shadows, knocking things back, protecting the people, being right in the front. Awesome. It looks into the shadows and goes, but I don't know what that is or how to deal with it. The weapon really never shows fear, but this kind of uncertainty you would call fear in something that wasn't Baneslayer.
Is it reasonable to assume that I would recognize that as the Weaver?
Do you think that's what it is?
Yeah, that's what Kylie thinks it is. I don't know if
What?
that's too metagamey, but I mean, we did learn that the Weaver is attacking Demences, and we did feel its concentric circles overlapping or whatever. So, does one of many have any additional data? We confirm that theory.
Not really. But
Okay.
looking out and seeing that and seeing the way the Baneslayer reacts might add a little credence to that thing out there is different. Not different from
I
your belief, but different from the things you've encountered before.
can I call out to it in Supernal?
To the light?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. What do you want to say?
Get fucked. Does it react?
My question to you is, you know that it doesn't speak the modern Supernal. Would you
Mhm.
try you can speak the modern Supernal perfectly.
Yeah.
Would you try to do that in what you think its native language is, which is that like proto-Supernal?
I would try to recreate the name that was in the prison manifest as best I could. And then I would try to do a challenge or an insult that I think is probably simple enough that it hasn't changed.
Yeah, it's one of those things of the first things that people tend to learn about a new language oftentimes are the curses and insults.
Yeah. I don't think I can relay any high level statements, but I want to see I'm trying to see if this thing reacts. I'm trying to confirm my theory.
Okay. So
Okay.
you know it, you know his name, and you guys so like even if you personally like Kylie couldn't say his name,
Mhm.
one of many spent the better part of 2 days detailed transcribing the names and working through like exactly how to pronounce things and like could say the name perfectly.
Mhm.
Um, the question is whether they could get the insult to sort of land with the sort of confidence.
Mhm.
Um, so I would say either something like a history check or an intimidate check,
Okay.
or like I'm trying to think what makes the most sense, right? You're trying to say something in a language that you only kind of know, but
Mhm.
you're trying to say it in an intimidating way, which
Do you know what I'll say is because we did talk to the Sphinx about this at length, the Weaver,
mhm,
and I feel like it wasn't super time sensitive at that point when we were talking to her.
mhm.
And I feel like it's reasonable that that one would have nerded out a little bit about like, well, I speak Supernal, but this guy's Proto Supernal. What are the differences? And then I feel like the Sphinx would have told me a lot. So if that helps at all,
I mean, that sounds like you're justifying a history check, which I'm game
yep.
for entirely as well.
All right, let's do it.
You also get a +7 to other things. I don't know if that's
Oh,
irrelevant.
true.
I'm not trying to sway you in one way.
Yeah, I was thinking like the ones that make the most sense to me now that we've kind of gone through it is probably intimidate or history.
Hmm.
Um,
I'm gonna say. I mean, it's functionally the numbers are all basically the same. I'm gonna say bluff though, because I think I'm trying to like fake a language that I
yeah,
kind of know.
and there is like, but it's also like the goal, right? The goal
Hmm.
is you're trying to just surprise them, to knock them off balance. This is not some like, I mean, maybe you do want him to actually come out and try to kick you in the teeth, but the goal is right. You're this is a feint. This is a trying to hit him where trying to surprise them.
Mhm.
So I could definitely say that as a bluff as well.
Okay. All right. And that is with a +7.
Hmm.
Okay. Whew. I needed it.
So you send out this thing. You feel like you got the words correct, but because it wasn't in sort of your like a language you're super confident in, you feel confident that you got the name correct, but the sort of like "fu conch," you got the last part right, but the first part you didn't say it in quite the right way, but you do see something react, and that sort of flickering light off in the distance changes and goes through several hues, and it will react at the end of the round.
Great.
Morin, you're up.
Alrighty. uh, so stopping the shadows. Wait, you said there are 2 goals that we're trying to do, and there's 2 ways of doing each goal. Are
Mhm.
navigate the river channel and stop the shadows towards the same goal?
No, they're two. Those are the 2 different goals.
Okay, okay. Uh, and you said that the shadows are going to do something at the end of the round?
Like at the end of the round, the world has an action that it takes, but when the world takes its action, it's going to react to one of Minnie's challenge.
Okay. So then I think what I'll do is I'll try to tidy up the stop the shadows part of this instead of making progress on navigation, which I could do momentarily. And what I'm going to do is I would like to uh
Why does
oh
that
my,
not work?
deal with the shadows, deal with the thing commanding the shadows. I see. Okay. Um so I think what I want to do is I want to uh harness the power of my spear and stir up. I don't want to literally stir the winds, which is my minor action, but that is kind of what I want to do. I guess it's an encounter power, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I want to whip up a quick storm. Um but I want the storm I'm essentially attempting to intimidate the shadows away from the ship by whipping up this crackling thunderstorm with lightning, like radiant lightning forks. Forks of radiant lightning. There we go, Josh.
We got there. I mean, if you're expending a power, it will be gone, if and when there is a combat. But you would get a +2 to the check for
Okay.
expending an encounter power.
Yeah. It's a well. Boop. So that's the power, and then so I'll make an intimidation check with a +9.
Sounds good to me. 38 on a 3.
Yeah.
So you pointed out, you whip up this storm, and as the storm sort of roars away from it, you find the ship very quickly becomes sort of like the little convoy of ships that are in the river make up sort of like the eye of the storm as it swirls around, pushing back that mist. And you can see in the distance as the mist gets torn away, as the last thing with the shadows gets done. You can see that on either side there are floating in the air about 10 feet off the ground. There is a like 8-inch across ball that looks like it is very rapidly oscillating through colors of purple and red and yellow and green. But it's all these very like bright, like neon colors that it's rotating through very rapidly. And you see these orbs that are floating in the air. And as the shadows get pushed away, or the mist gets pushed away, the shadows around the orbs, you can see like the strings connecting the orbs to the shadows that are pushing them into the city. And as the final sort of power banishes them away, you see those glittering orbs focus in on one, and all at once there is this. The end of the round happens right before they fly away. You see this sort of beam of powerful, like rainbow light, sort of spiral away from each of the two orbs directly towards the ship, as if whatever power was there has stopped using the light to create shadows to command and is instead going to go and drill at something directly. And then you see, kind of at the last second, those things sort of warp and twist as like the beams are being pulled not only together but sort of like they're like magnets, right? So like iron filings coming in and hitting a magnet and spiraling in this really awkward pattern because they're spiraling into and being absorbed by something that's spiraling itself as the multicolored light sinks into the black orbs, or sinks into the black orb rotating around one of many. The lights flicker for a second and then bolt off deep into the city in either direction.
Good orb.
Watching those orbs and looking at your orb, they look the same. The
The
orbs that fired out look like they were bright mini-colored lights, but it's the same size and shape and the same basic feel as your orb.
Hmm. Interesting. And when my orb absorbed their power, did I feel anything happening?
It, to your feel, felt like a tool clicking into place, if that makes sense. Like, this didn't feel like something unusual your orb did. It felt like this is what was supposed to happen. Like, someone flicked on a light switch, and turning on the light switch turned on light, and there was now no darkness in the room. It wasn't an unusual thing. It might be a thing that if you don't know the context of it, right, it might seem like it's magical or supernatural, right? You turn a switch and then there's light. But you know the mechanism. You know that that's what that's supposed to do, and that's what it feels like. It just feels like, yeah, that's what happens. That's what this thing does.
Did it feel like it was doing something protective, or did it feel like the fact that it probably protected me was like incidental to it doing a task?
You think it was the fact that it ended up protecting you was incidental.
Interesting.
So, end of the round comes. The crew is heading down this way. With the shadow, both the shadows and the orbs. The orbs would have been the challenge for round 2 of the skill challenge. You would be able to navigate through the rest of the river. There's no time element pushing you anymore, so it will take a little bit of time. But since you're not pressed, that would be the end of the challenge. And you can feel the city feeling a little bit more welcoming around you. Like the buildings themselves don't have this sort of threatening feel to them. Whenever you see an open doorway, it doesn't look like an open mouth. It just looks like an open doorway. It looks like a door to a home that you vaguely remember visiting at some point before. The streets, as you continue to make your way down the waterway, they feel more like a place that you've been before, and that a place that you were welcome to return. Like this is a old friend's house that you hadn't seen in a while. But you see that no matter where you look, down any of the streets. And all of the streets have, most of the streets have a very similar look to them. They all look like they're buildings that belong in Hardhome. But there are some streets that look very different. If you can see on the map here, I did try to generate something that had one thing that looked different, which is you can see all the streets that are down here all look somewhat the same. But then over here, you can see a spire that looks different. That looks like one of the spires from the city of Haven. So you guys make your way up the waterway, and you can see that the waterway doesn't end like a waterway would in reality. So you get to another one of those moments where you pass through this threshold where you go from, oh, this is the idea of what we have here, and then this is the idea of what is in front of us. So rather than you get to a spot where there's less and less water, you make your way up the stream, the river gets smaller and smaller as you make it up to the tributaries like it would be in a normal river. Instead, you get to this area where there is this hard line. There is this threshold that says, here is where the river ends, and here is where the marshland beyond begins. And you can see this sort of faint, fey, purplish light through everything. And you see the waterway ahead of you is all very, very shallow. At its deepest, it might be waist deep, to the point where you do not get the feeling that any of the ships themselves could continue on further. But the banner raised, the people following along are more than happy to disembark, to follow the banner, to follow their the lord of their domain into the marshlands. And when you disembark and continue to head forward, you get this sense of resistance, Filibuster. The same thing you got before, of like when you were touching something in your demesne, in your mind's eye, that was broken. You get that same sensation here, and you get the sensation that ahead of you is the end point of something. There is this sort of crackling in the distance, and you see going along the road in the marshland this carriage, and as the carriage sort of rolls and rattles along, the sort of strange architecture of the carriage. It's a goblin carriage that looks like a goblinoid ship, and it makes it through. And as it goes forward, you can see it go off into the distance and go across one of the bridges in the marshes, and you see the bridge snap and twist, dumping the carriage into the waterway. And you can see this this image of these souls. You can feel the carriage as it crashes, the death of those that believe, come as the souls enter into your demesne, as it goes up from 2241 to 2242 to 3 to 4 5. As the carriage sinks into the water and changes and mixes, you can see other things start to come and prowl out of the darkness, gathering around the newly entered souls, the ones not under your protection and banner. There is more dangerous things coming to pursue and destroy those that serve you. So this is the part that the DM can say, it's going to be a combat.
We did it, guys.
Yay.
We succeeded on the skill challenge.
You definitely did.
Garrett had to flip the script. We don't fail to get combat anymore. We succeed to get combat.
You
Oh, no.
succeeded in combat.
Quick question. Souls that enter a demesne, are those of people that have passed?
Generally speaking, yes.
So they're just like a shit ton of people dying in Hardhome right now?
Some, yeah. There's a lot of people in here are from Hardhome, which means that there must be a lot of people dying in Hardhome.
Because of Zlacktheriel casting fire all over the place?
Hmm.
That's a yes. And also global warming, sea level rise.
We freed the Winter Queen.
Yeah, but that just happened like one seal ago.
Yeah, but surely you get over climate change quickly.
I think we made it worse.
Also, I'm just thinking like 2,000 people have died since this demesne has been open, which I didn't think was that long ago.
Yeah,
Month ago.
what's the age of this account?
Keep in mind, right? You guys actually spent a pretty decent chunk of time out in space, right?
Hmm.
Like,
Like 3 or 4 weeks that trip to
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
princess, right? But
Yeah,
that's
but you're
also when he
saying-
first got his dements, right?
But that's still like several thousand people over the course of a month, 2 months.
mhm.
But how big of a city is Hardhome?
I think I
Like, how
actually have
many-
an answer to that question.
I'm sure you do. Like, how many people die in New York City every day?
So Hardhome is
Googling
population is 24,000.
Okay, well, that's a lot then.
Jesus.
So 10% of their people have died in a couple of
Right,
months.
right. Hang on,
Yeah,
hang on,
that's
hang on.
not good.
Hang on. The permanent population of Hardhome is 24,000. The total population of Hardhome, including the surrounding areas, the people that like fish and stuff, like basically if you're only counting people that live within the city wall, it's 24,000. The total population of Hardhome is 160,000. So Hardhome and the surrounding areas.
Okay,
So-
better, but still.
A lot.
So approximately 200 people die every day in New York City. And that's only like 100 times bigger.
hmm
So,
So
Like
20
2
people
people.
a day?
yeah.
So 20 people a day would be normal.
Yeah. Is that
We
right?
had 2,000.
Wait, how many people live in New York? Okay.
That's like
now, now we're doing the orbital mechanics.
2251
I know.
Epidemiology.
minus whatever has been removed. But also, it's not only from Hardhome. You're focused on. I
Right.
got
Well, but
influence
Hardhome-
far and wide.
yeah.
I'm sure some people are from Haven also. Although,
Right. That's
actually,
why that's that.
I bet there are 0 people from Haven in your dements.
No, that's why
True.
he's got that Haven tower. Because there's
Mm,
like a couple Haven people.
Salamane would be here, but we
Salamane
I
wouldn't be here.
would not be here.
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. So something like 0.02% of your population die every day.
0.002%.
Yeah. So what's the population of Hardhome? 160,000?
160,000 is Hardhome and the surrounding areas.
yeah.
All right.
So that'd be like 320 people a day.
No. A 10,000 or 1,000th of a percent. 2 more zeros. So like 4 people die a day is normal.
Yes, it depends. Are you? It depends on which version of person you are. I assume you're wanting to be Philodin, so the answer would be no.
Okay. No, we're fucking blasted.
I thought Gary was initially answering your question, Kylie.
Oh.
4 people die a day on average. Well, that depends on what kind of person you are.
Yeah, right.
Jesus, Gary.
Well, I mean, to a certain degree, though, that also depends, right? The average is also different if you're talking just a random assortment of the population versus you're talking, let's say hypothetically speaking, religious zealots on a crusade in constant combat. The death rate is going to be a little bit higher on the second version than the first. All right. Put yourself on the board if you wouldn't mind in the green box. And do you guys see the carriage on here? I love this map, by the
Yeah.
way.
Oh yeah.
So this is the wrecked carriage over the waterway. I'm gonna put the monsters on the map in just a second, but mostly I just wanted to show you the carriage thing because I really liked it on this map.
It's
And
the
the dead
coolest
horses?
thing you're gonna see on this map.
Yeah, it's better than anything I could do. So I'm gonna do these guys one at a time as I describe them to make my life a little bit easier. So as you guys approach, you see standing on top of the wreckage of the carriage is a woman. Ooh, did I put that other layer? Yeah. Is this strange looking woman, a creature that kind of looks like an old crone. But you can see that there is like strange webs that look like they're made of both mist and spider webs that are wrapped all around her and her hair on her as herself as like her armor, and then she's holding them in front of herself and is gathering the energy of the souls. You can feel she's drawing the power of the recently entered souls into your demesne and pulling them into herself. So that's the Soul Walker Witch that's in the middle there. And then you see two other creatures come into existence on the islands around her, sort of standing on either side, sort of like bodyguards. These creatures in dark metal armor with gleaming blades that oscillate through many different colors and hues, although mostly the blades are white with rainbow-colored runes covering on them. And lastly, you see something else that reminds you of something you've seen before. These huge construct-style creatures that are big and bulky, and they don't move like living things. They're walking amalgamations that are covered in hundreds and hundreds of symbols. Many of them look like they're broken or melted or painted in strange versions. And you can tell even from glancing at them that each one of these things is covered in 1,000 different holy symbols that have all been twisted and perverted and changed. There is a certain feel to these things that looks like something that you've seen elsewhere. My question for you guys, do you know what this thing looks like? Do you guys remember what I'm referring to?
Was that the
Haven.
Weiss? Yeah,
Yeah,
The-
so
the
you can
religious
see this,
square.
and you can sort of see like, oh, this is probably what that vampire was imitating. This is the original of what he was trying to do.
Oh.
Everybody's biting everybody's style.
Well, the goal here is to make it feel like things don't come out of nothing. There are trends in the world.
Oh,
Right. So, is everybody where they would like to be?
Yes.
I think
I would rather be home.
All right. Well, click your heels together, and let's get some initiative.
I am also going to use stall tactics.
That fucking sucks.
Ooh, I got a good one for once.
Stall tactics. Does stall tactics have any keywords? It just says daily, but I don't know if it actually has.
I can
Keywords.
check. I don't remember. Sorry.
Because she's
That's fine.
immune to everything.
Ranged sight, Gary.
It's just range sight. Okay, cool. One of the initiative ones has like either charm or fear. I don't remember which one. And that one I have to pay attention to sometimes because certain things are immune or resistant to things.
Kylie,
Yeah, I can try to reduce all of their initiatives, but
What'd you say, Philly?
I don't think you're in the box anymore.
I was in the box.
I think all of us,
Uh-huh.
Grapple and me, we're on the front, basically front corner.
Oh, I didn't think so, but okay.
oh well, there we go. There's the box.
You were right. Sorry.
Druck, how would you feel about swapping initiatives with me?
Give me a second because I'm not done fixing their initiatives.
Oh yeah, we really want Foxy to go first, right? What with the Morning Lord
As I
power?
said-
Yes, we discovered this last time.
We did.
I think because of stall tactics, I think we have gotten into the coveted you
it
go they
doesn't
go.
matter. Yeah.
Oh,
Which, if you guys remember from last time this happened, means
they don't go?
I either they don't go or it's going to be really bad when they clap back. So
Sorry, guys. I thought it'd be
Probably
more spread out than this.
You said
Can
this
you-
was coveted by us or by the NPCs?
yes,
Who covets this?
Who
I mean it depends entirely on which one of those results happens.
should we all have an
Can-
action point?
Yes. Also, can you see colors?
Usually.
Yeah.
Green and
Yeah.
yellow.
Yeah, they have auras.
Cool. Good.
One of many
Yes.
also has an aura that is just her square.
Do I?
Okay, so in that case,
There's a yellow box around you for some
can
reason.
I go?
I don't see that.
It's because you're hovering over her spot in initiative.
Oh,
Anything else?
Wow.
no, I
Per.
don't think so.
Move on.
Can I swap with someone?
You can
It's less
swap with
important
me.
now because no. So I think
You can swap with me. I don't care.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe that might be better.
I mean, Griffle is first. You guys can delay and move things whatever order you want to.
Right,
Um,
we all go in a block. We could go in
Yeah,
whatever
y'all
order.
go
Right.
together. Pick
Who?
everyone.
So who do you guys think should go first? I don't think I should be first. Like second or third is good.
Drock, are you
Who's getting in
zooming
there?
into the auras?
Yeah. I do want to know what the aura is. I'm sticking to one aura, not two, though.
So as you
Yeah,
as you
good.
go forward, you can feel this sort of gauzy veil of an aura coming out from the Soul Knight, but it doesn't affect you, so I don't put it on the board. So there are auras coming from the Soul Knights, but I don't put them on the board because there's already enough nonsense on this board. So there is something there, but it does not affect you. And this is the green aura.
Curse wall.
And
Am I a
that's
living
against
creature?
which creature? Like, which one's doing the green? The heralds?
Yeah, the heralds.
Yeah.
Okay, but that doesn't affect our attack on the witch.
Correct.
Gary, which of these is aberrant? All of them?
Yes. All of them have the aberrant keyword.
Mm.
The
Hello.
Soul Knights have the faintest glow of aberrant. The heralds are sort of middle, and when you look at the sort of soul sight of you're looking through Baneslayer's eyes, the witch has by far the strongest aberrant presence.
Mm.
All right, so Griffle, your turn first.
Cool. Okay. So I believe what I wanted to do. Which I can't quite get all of them, but I can get all but one. So I'm going to use my Boots of Leaping to go boing to here. Oh, what?
Wow.
Yeah, What?
Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes. I didn't know that was a thing that could happen. That's cool.
Yeah. If you use the draw tool, if you click on the draw tool, it's not super obvious, but it
Yeah.
has a drop down menu now that you can actually use to do other cool shit with.
That's cool. Okay. So that's my move action. For my minor action, I'm going to quarry the witch.
Okay.
Get some quarry on her, and then I'm action pointing for a pure glow.
So your AP does something. So AP happens and
Yes.
something happens.
I crit on 18s.
Sweet.
Okay. Do I have any bonuses? Are these guys undead? No. Are they?
Yes, some of them are undead. So the
Okay.
Soul Knights are undead. The other ones are not.
Yeah, cool. All right. Also, I will be at a negative, obviously, -2 to hit 2 of them.
All three of these guys.
All of them. Okay.
Yeah, all three heralds you're at a -2 because you're in all three auras.
Cool. So let's just. I can't do that without.
Breaking everything.
Yeah.
No worries.
Yeah.
Math. All right. So defenses. This is against Will. So 26 Will. Do you get any bonuses to hit a undead, or is it just a damage?
No, it's just the damage.
Okay. So miss on the Soul Knight.
The 16 radiant is baked in now.
Sweet. So miss on the Soul Knight. The first herald is a 28, which doesn't have the -2 in it, correct?
Correct.
So miss,
So
miss,
26.
miss, hit. So you hit the Soul Walker and you hit the last of the anathemas.
Okay. Yeah,
This
those
is
weren't the best rolls.
40 damage to these two guys.
That's pretty good.
Ow. And they now have radiant vulnerability.
Correct. Radiant vulnerable 10. I do have to hit them in order for that to apply.
Correct. All right.
Cool. So then for my follow-up move, none of those were 18s. No, that's very sad. I'm gonna. Can I charge from here? I just charge 1, 2, right? Or
You
is
need
it
to
a
charge
minimum
2
3?
squares. So yes. No, minimum 2. That's correct.
Minimum 2. Yeah, cool. I'm gonna take
Oh,
a.
hang on. 1 second before you do that. Sorry, I was calculating things and seeing if anyone. I needed to look and see if anyone has reactions, and I think the answer is yes. So the Soul Walker Witch just got smacked with something. So she turns towards you, begins to cackle madly, and you see this strange, snaking, spidery presence as a small river of spiders runs from her and snakes back into you, trying to latch onto you. And she's going to do this.
Rude.
Whew, that's a crit.
Ouch.
So that is 29 points of psychic damage.
And is it effect? The target is removed from blood. Okay, dilatory armor. You delay all the effects of the attack on you. Save ends. You can choose to fail the saving throw.
Yep. So she sends you out on a nightmare jaunt. You'll still take the damage, but you will not be able
yeah,
to
the damage is fine. 41.
What, you don't want to be removed from
remove
into her
play
nightmare?
until the start of the creature's next turn. Pardon?
You don't want to be removed from play and put into the witch's nightmare?
No, I'm good. Yeah,
So
I think I'll
that ability is
off
an
on that one.
at-will immediate reaction.
Mhm.
Can she take that multiple times per round?
Not normally, no.
You only get one reaction.
Reactions are once per round. Yeah.
Morin, if you would like me to go next, I am
Hang on.
planning on.
Griffel's still taking her turn. I just interrupted
Oh, I'm
her.
sorry.
I'm not finished.
Sorry.
It's all good.
No.
It's all good. Am I good to continue or?
Yeah, you're good to continue. Sorry. The thing that I needed
Cool.
to resolve was the witch.
Cool. I'm gonna do that charge. The 3 on the dice. That's very upsetting. Yeah. Is that a? I'm
Yeah,
guessing that's not a hit.
Yeah, unfortunately not. 26 does not hit most things in this battle.
I wouldn't think so. Oh well. I guess I'll make my saving throw. Hooray!
I mean, do you want to allow it to go through?
No, I do not.
Okay. I mean, this is one of those abilities, right? Where like it could make sense if you wanted it to just bamf out of existence for a little while. So you can delay it until you want to deal with it.
Yes.
So Morin is up next, although it sounds like one of many is asking to be able to go instead.
Yes, I will delay.
Okay. I'm gonna try to group them up a little bit for a thing.
That would be fantastic.
All right. All depends on if I roll good. Okay, so I'm going to cast right here Void Shard. And I will augment it 1 and attempt to pull targets 3 squares.
What's the range on that?
It's 10 from me and then burst close burst 3 from the shard.
Sounds good.
Okay. But I think I was gonna do it. Sorry, I can mark. I think I was gonna do right here. Okay, and then let me cast that.
Sorry, this new tool is so cool looking. Is that intentional to include allies? I don't remember if this is ally friendly or not.
This is ally friendly.
Okay.
Although, okay, and then hang on, because then it's close burst 3. So actually,
Yeah, the attack is not ally friendly. The initial thing is ally friendly. The attack afterwards is not ally friendly.
yeah. But I also but I do want to. Yeah, so I don't want to
Wait,
get Griffle.
Can you move me? Is that possible?
Well, you'll move on your turn, right? The attack is not going to
Oh.
happen this turn.
Okay.
Okay.
Like the suck.
The suck will not suck you. And then the attack will happen on my next turn.
I want to be sucked.
I cannot suck you.
Okay.
Not like this. All right, so I have combat advantage on my first turn, as that's the witch is a crit.
If anybody watches this show, and their mom walks into the room, their mom's gonna walk into the room at that exact moment.
So many crits and ones. So I guess the Soul Knight doesn't get pulled, which is a bummer. And the crit doesn't do anything useful. But so these two get pulled inward.
So
Pull
like
3.
so,
Can I pull her even into the square?
you can
Okay.
pull her into the origin.
And can I put him, the Herald of Anathema, down 1?
Yep.
Okay.
Let's see. So he could be. Whoops. He could be moved down 2 if you wanted to. So you could even put him here and here if that's what you wanted. That is legal as well.
Yeah, that's good. They're very grouped up now. Okay, cool. So that's that. That's one PowerPoint. And then I will action point. And so I crit. So like on a crit,
So it won't deal any extra damage, but it will give you a PowerPoint back.
get my PowerPoint back. And then that wasn't psychic, so that doesn't matter. Okay. So then I'm going to action point. You gotta give Philly and Josh an action point. And then I will cast my daily, which is my new what you call it? Malicious lightning. I'm gonna cast it right here in the middle of the Herald of Anathema. Okay.
Is that the purple box or is that different?
No, that's me. Sorry.
That's
That's
not me. All right. Malicious lightning. Boom. Attack mod 2. Damage mod none. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That's bad. Bad that
I mean,
happened.
I don't know if you've got rerolls of things or if you wanted to use them, but
Oh, you know what? Man, I've used a lot of dailies, but I do think I have something. Let me look.
so
Hmm.
the 30 on the Soul Knight.
Mm-hmm.
What's that against? This is against reflex. The 30 reflex will hit the Soul Knight, so that's at least a hit of the Soul Knight. So 25 damage.
Okay, we've reached one milestone today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I haven't missed every target. Okay, never mind. So I can't do that. Uh, wasn't augmented, so I can't do that. Okay, I don't think that I
What about
have
your
it.
dice?
You can't use them retroactively.
Correct.
Okay. So that does radiant damage. Oh, Mist still does half damage. Do you see that?
Hmm?
Okay. And this is radiant, and they're vulnerable. So that's good.
Well,
So
one of them
then,
is vulnerable.
right.
Two of them are vulnerable, actually. That's not true. So
Okay, and then any creature that starts its turn adjacent to a lightning mote takes radiant 6. And I have now. Sorry, I haven't used this power before. I have
you're
now
going to
how
create
many?
moats, right?
Yes. So I create 4 moats in unoccupied squares in the burst. So, and it's a burst 1. So yeah, so I had to have done it here
So it's
to
like
get them all.
1, 2, 3.
And then does
4?
that mean I just can't get the other one? It has to be unoccupied.
Yeah, but you can put it above him because it's a burst is a 3D thing.
Oh. Okay.
So you could, if you wanted to, you could stack them in one like this or like that.
Yeah, let's put it can you put it on the guy?
No, because he occupies the square up. You could put it 2 up, but then it won't be adjacent to either the guys on the ground.
Okay, can we stack it here then?
So like there?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so that's the 4. And so then on each turn, I will get to reroll those. So I want those guys to not move. And then also, I think, did you get rid of the void shard? I think we want that square still, because that's going to do something at the beginning of my next turn.
Oh, would you mind re-putting it on there? Because
I think it was
it's in the square with the witches.
in the square with the witch.
Yeah,
Okay,
because you pulled her into that square.
right, that's right. Okay, so that's going to do something on my next turn, and then the purples, and then I did use an action point.
So all 3 of those guys are crit on 19 to 20s.
For everybody.
Also,
Yeah.
the Herald.
Everybody.
Mm-hmm. Everybody
The Herald
crits
is
on
also
it.
just bloodied by that missed attack.
Nice. And then
Uh-oh.
because yeah, right.
Nothing happened, but
Okay, and then because these guys are adjacent to the void shard, they're slowed until the end of their turn. So that's the witch and the anathema.
okay.
Okay. Those are my 2 standard actions. I will move my chicken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. guess I'll move my chicken right there.
Can you get any closer?
No, I think it just moves my speed, right?
You can also summon it at any unoccupied square in the burst. So
Oh, what's the burst? Minor.
a
I'm looking. Sorry.
lot. I think it's like
20.
10,
20.
20. Yeah, like
Okay.
it's
It's
the
immune
first,
to AoE, right?
Yeah.
yeah. The first time you summon it, it can just be damn near anywhere on the battlefield. Is what I remember it being a thing.
Where
it
would you
next?
like it to be?
Uh,
Which?
yeah. Well, could it go here? So it's next to both of them. That works too.
Okay. There she is. And then, I guess technically if I'm doing that, then that's my minor.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's the disadvantage to doing it that way. It uses your minor.
Actually, that's standard action for me because it's a multi-class.
Is it?
Like, yeah.
Oh well, then
So it could be 6 away from. Well, I guess I could have at the beginning of this battle put it anywhere in the box, right? So it could have been
True.
here.
yeah,
There. So
so it
we
could
could
get to here pretty easily.
Yeah. Okay. And then I have not used my minor. Let me just see if I've got a good one.
Josh, I'm not saying I'm going to change your color, but I would appreciate if it was any other color.
Sure. That's just the color I have usually for my curses. And how do I? If I change my color down here,
It'll change the color of anything you draw, but I don't
okay,
think it changes it of things you've already drawn.
okay, I can change it though. That I can just change in a menu.
Oh, also
Acceptable?
I like that. Any creature who starts its turn in a square adjacent to a lightning moat takes lightning damage equal to my intelligence modifier. But with
Any
my
creature?
any creature. But then with my crown of the radiant queen or whatever, lightning is radiant. So I think that's radiant
I think you have to hit them.
for it to be radiant.
You're saying
Mhm.
queen of things, so like that's
Crown of
the
the Brilliant Sun.
Crown, yeah. Crown of the brilliant sun. You hit an enemy with a lightning power and deal damage to it. You can deal radiant damage instead.
correct. So it won't work for the moats. The
Being
moats will
next to
still
it.
do lightning.
Don't worry, babe. I got you.
Well, the moats will be a power, but starting next to the moats won't be.
Correct. Yeah. So when the moats detonate and they hit something, then it'll be radiant. But the same thing with like the half damage on a miss that you did to those guys.
Hmm.
If you were turning it radiant through that, then they won't take it. But I don't remember if you're doing that with your implement. So if this is getting radiant from your helm, then the other guys did not take the radiant vulnerability.
The helm is when it's lightning. Lightning becomes radiant with the helm.
Right. So the thing that you did that did half damage on a miss, that was the lightning attack, right?
Yes.
Versus lightning? Okay. So that one would not be radiant on the two things you missed.
Oh, because even though it did damage, it doesn't count as a hit.
Right, because you didn't hit with the lightning
I
power.
see. Okay. It's complicated. All right. I'm going to say that's plenty for my turn. Thank you.
Maureen, you're up.
Okay, this should be fun. First things first, I'm going to do a nice little ethereal stride and teleport 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spaces. Can I teleport to here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So keep in mind the water is not very deep. The water is like ankle to like maybe waist deep.
So all the water is totally fine to like walk in and stuff.
Yeah. So any of the parts that look like really dark water, which is like this area, this might be difficult terrain. But
Okay.
most of the water is not. Most of the water is very shallow.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to teleport to there. I'm then going to. Actually, I'm going to teleport 1 square up to here. Actually, no. Okay. If that is all shallow water, I will move 1 square over to there.
Okay.
Just got to do some measuring. Oh my gosh. That's still 7, right? Yep.
Slowly inching your way into the water.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I have to be close to this witch. Got to be close to her.
I think I think
Okay.
I just have the cartoon thing in my head because of your token, but I'm just like, for whatever reason, I'm just imagining the bugs going into the hot water.
I don't think I know that one.
What?
Bugs Bunny like constantly lowering himself in the hot water. And Do you
Oh,
not?
yes.
Oh, yes. I thought you meant like actual bugs, not like the character Bugs Bunny.
No. Bugs Bunny. Like,
Yeah. Okay. And then I'm going to curse the Soul Walker Witch and the Soul Knight.
okay.
This teleportation has given me concealment. And then I'm going to cast the Dream. Wait, is that the right? Yeah, the Dream of Mwoltar on these 3 targets. So I get a
Oh,
plus
weird
2.
warlock powers.
I get a +2 against the witch, and nothing against the herald, and then a +2 against Soul
Minus
Knight.
2 against the herald, but yes. So
-2 for the herald.
Yes, because you're in the aura.
Am I a living creature?
I don't know.
Living enough.
I think you're both living and dead.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I'll have to take the -2 off manually. Okay, so wow, terrible rolls. 25 versus reflex on the witch. Oh wait, I didn't add in prime shot, so it's a 27 versus reflex. It's a 27 versus reflex on the witch, a 35 reflex on the herald, and a 40.
And a lot versus the other guy.
Yeah.
So that's a miss on the witch and hit on the other 2.
Okay, so they each are going to take, wow, 36 lightning, 36 lightning damage. And
Is there any radiant nonsense in here or just lightning?
Yeah, it'll be radiant.
Cool.
Of course it will be. And then the Soul Knight is also going to take my curse damage, which is an additional 8.
So he takes 44.
Okay. So each of those are now taking ongoing 5 thunder damage. And any creature that is in the zone has vulnerable 5 lightning and vulnerable 5 thunder.
Nice.
All right. So 5 and 5 in the zone is the box you made.
Yes.
Cool.
If I were to push the witch, can I push her directly to the right?
Did you hit her?
If I were to push the witch, would that be an option?
Oh no, she cannot go. She can go up and to the right. She can go here, but not there.
Because the herald is there.
Correct. The herald's in the way, and also it's not a legal push.
Why not?
So, do you see the arrow? How it's measuring a number?
So she has to be further away from me.
Yeah, the number must go up.
What if
So-
the end number is higher?
Every square of push, the number has to go up.
Okay, I see.
So, like, you can't do like this and then here, where this is 4 away, but these aren't.
Right.
It has to
Okay.
be every square gets further away.
Maybe I should have teleported one further. Okay. In that case, that's that. That's that.
I'm thinking, just to be clear, I'm gonna put a rectangle of where my thing is gonna go.
Oh, can you guys see my box? I don't
Yeah.
think so.
The
Yeah.
Your
blue
cyan light blue
Light blue.
box.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
There are a lot of boxes right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the pink box is going to take 1d8
Mhm.
All of y'all are gonna get hurt if you're standing in the box.
or 2d8. But if you guys are all in the box, then I will do 1d8.
That box would have been helpful to know when I was trying to figure out where to teleport.
Sorry, I had the little pink box for burst 3, but
What pink box?
on the Soul Witch,
Oh yeah, I can't even see it
One
on
of
the
the
box.
700 boxes.
there's
Yeah,
a lot of boxes. I'm very sorry.
that's all right. I'm just trying to figure out if it's worth action pointing here, and I don't know that it is.
Remember, they're all going to get turns.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be that close if you can help it. Not because of me.
Um. Hmm. Action pointing to move seems bad. I think it's actually okay if I take some damage. I just don't know if. I might as well do it now. I can choose not to push, right?
Yeah, you can always choose not to push if you want to.
Okay, then I'll do that. I'm gonna go to an action point. So any close burst attack is going to increase by 1. There you go. And I'm going to cast a Rolling Echo.
And Echo is ally friendly, I assume, because it's a bard thing.
That is correct.
Cool.
Where is it?
I don't. Your action point thing doesn't make sense to me. So the size increases by 1, but if you do it immediately, it increases by 2. But don't they both?
No. Close bursts increase
Burst
by
and
1.
blast.
Close blasts increase by 2.
Oh gosh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I've done that before. Okay, so again, I have a +2 on the witch. No, a +4 on the witch. A +2 on the herald. And a +4 on the soul knight. So first fortitude. Fortitude? Yeah. Uh,
You-
38, 37, 30?
it is versus fortitude, even though you are very incredulous about that. And that looks like hit, miss. No high numbers, so
So 31 thunder, lightning damage. I kill the herald. Oh, I
And they're
kill the herald.
vulnerable.
well.
They're vulnerable.
Is this does not say it's radiant in any way.
All of my damage because I'm
Okay.
using my lightning spear.
Okay.
Right, but the effect from the last one is they have an additional 5 lightning and thunder, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but they were already vulnerable to radiant, right?
Yeah, that guy
Someone-
was. Yeah,
Okay, so
he dies.
somebody
The thing
died.
you did not curse died.
Say that again?
The one that you did not have cursed died.
Yes, sadly. But that does go ahead and trigger my Dark Reaping. Da, 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 da. Which is just going to be useful in a moment. I don't think I yet have the thing that when something dies, I just get to teleport. That'll be soon. That'll be soon. Okay, I think that's it for me.
All right, Drock, you're up.
Philly, do you have any idea what you want to do? Because I
Yes,
really
I'm
don't.
ready. I've been
Okay.
thinking so hard.
I will delay.
I've also been
All right.
waiting like 3 months to do this.
Filibuster, you're up.
Okay. First, we go Oath of Enmity.
Okay.
Where's the button? There it is. I'm talking to myself.
What are you oathing?
The Soul Walker Witch,
All right, she has your oath.
which means I take 2 attack rolls. And then I'm going to use the thing I DM'd you about, the Boots of the Mighty Charge. And to clarify, Gary, I could go here.
Yeah, that's a legal charge.
Actually, if I want to stay out of his aura, could I theoretically like go like that?
Not with just one action.
Out of whose
Oh.
aura?
Also, his
Green.
aura is only against attacking him. It does not affect your
It
attacks.
doesn't really matter. Okay. So I minored and then, but oh, but charging. I think I'm a little confused. So charging is an attack action.
Mhm.
So I could theoretically change my move to a minor and do another minor before I charge.
Mhm.
Oh, so I didn't take this into account. But they're
No,
already getting critted on a 19 right now.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you could do like your like you could do your channel divinity. You could do.
Yeah, I think I can't. Is that the one that does crit dice?
There is one that does
Righteous Rage?
You want to activate your righteous rage?
Let's do that one. Okay. Righteous Rage of Tempest. Okay, if I hit attack, then I do bonus damage equal to the crit. If it's not a crit, and then if it is a crit, we're gonna blast. Oh man, now I kind of want an action point too. I wasn't gonna.
But you got to charge first because you can't action point and then charge. I mean, you can, but you're going to be really sad about it.
Oh, because it ends your turn.
Yeah, it ends your turn.
Okay, well that's fine. So we're gonna charge here, and then I'm gonna use Angel Avatar of Slaughter. Do I have any bonuses on this character, Gary? Sorry, on the target. Do I have any attack bonus?
No attack bonus, I don't think. But you do have you're charging, so +1 to hit, and then whatever your charge modifiers are.
I don't think there are any.
You have some things that matter on charge.
I looked so deeply at this. There's an attack. There's a damage increase.
Yeah, so you get +1 to hit normally, just because you're charging.
But I think that's it. And then there's the damage bonus.
Yeah, and then the damage bonus.
Okay, and that's 2d6, which I can put in, right?
Hmm?
Okay. Okay, and then I get a second roll. So what's it?
Yep. So 16 on the die, or
Second. Let's take the 16.
yeah, I assume you're going to keep the 16.
So 40 versus AC.
40 versus AC definitely hits.
So what? Oh gosh. So that's 12d8 maxed. 8 times 12.
96.
So it's just 96 damage, right?
What is it? What? Sorry.
It's just 96 damage.
No. So you get the extra critical dice because it's not a crit.
Oh,
So your critical dice is the 44, right?
44.
So it does
105.
105 damage on the hit.
Oh, I also
Nice.
get the extra 4, 2 for charging and 2 for larger.
She is larger than you. So 109.
109.
Ow, she's bloodied.
Okay. Well, that makes me feel good. So it's action point. So look, I didn't use that's okay, I'll do the other thing. So she's gonna take -1 to all defense, the +1 to it. And then I'll do Heedless Fury, because I didn't do the other thing. I also get 2 attack rolls on this, right?
I'm not sure what the double attack rolls are from. Oh,
Both
oath.
of them.
Yes.
Oath.
Then yes.
That's sick. If you hit with the next weapon. Okay, so the Righteous Rage is gone.
Yeah, Righteous Rage is gone. So you just have kind of somewhat normal Heedless Fury.
And sorry, brain. Okay. 41 and then another d20.
41 is a 17 on the die. What's
That's a crit.
Ooh,
now?
that's a crit. Yeah.
Ijutsu is 18.
Well, Ijutsu didn't work, right? Because I'm not adjacent.
No, you don't get the +2, but if my initiative is higher than every enemy's initiative, you get the 18 to 20 crit for the first round, regardless.
Oh well, I got it on the second roll, anyways.
Cool. Well, you have three.
So I did
that you crit. So you crit them for
157 plus 4. Oh, and then I get to make it MBA.
So you crit them for 149 and they die.
Oh, okay.
Oh, she died?
Yeah.
How dare she?
I would like to.
This was the whole point of me doing this.
Filibuster hit her for 255 points of damage.
Damn. I would like to curse Herald of Anathema at both the Heralds of Anathema.
She does not get to do any of her fun stuff.
So I don't get the MBA.
Yeah, correct. Because you could just for spite.
You could just pummel her corpse.
Well, you said she's the most aberrant, so maybe I should.
I mean, Baneslayer would appreciate it.
Cool. That's it. Is this the one I get a -5 to defense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it says in there. And I take a -5 penalty to all defenses.
Oof.
That's okay. I think it worked out.
Drop. It's your turn.
So is that combat done? We just clean up the other guys?
No, the other guy's still relevant, and also they all get to go together. So,
come on. I'm gonna move up to this guy and do Spectral Legion because I don't know what any of these guys do. Hey, which is the sad part. No bone. Actually, -2 to this guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, 28.
Glad I went first, drop.
Pardon me?
So you glad I went first?
Yes.
28 definitely does not hit.
Wow.
Oh, that's not true. It does hit. Wow. His AC is lower than I thought it was.
All right, so he's going to grant combat advantage and do that lovely -5 to
melee and close attack.
Yeah, those ones.
All right. Anything else?
I'll. Is he marked? No, he's not marked. So I'll mark him as well.
He is marked. All right. Anything else? Or is it? Do I get to have a bit of a turn? See what happens.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to action point. I think I'll leave it. So I'm good.
This guy's turn. He burns in the radiant light. Is moderately upset about the process. And then he's going to move up into the radiance. Let's see. Yeah. He's going to drop an area burst 2. I'll change my color. Let's do...
Careful, why are you already at half health? Did something hit you?
Yeah.
Yeah, the dude crit me.
Oh, yeah.
So this guy is going to raise one of his arms, and you see in the little links and pieces of the armor, little gaps in it, you see a dribbling stream of maggots come down, and as they fall from his arm, they disappear, writhing their way into the ground to appear as a cloud above Philly, Griffle, and Drock. as a rain of maggots falls down on top of you to writhe their way into your flesh.
Ew.
So he casts Eruption of Maggots, which, again, I need to change colors to not be the same as somebody else. Let's do bright green.
It's so many colors.
It is. But this is a zone, so I need to actually put the box on there. I don't know how many of the other. I don't know if the blue box I think is actually a zone. Actually, I think most of these boxes are still needed. I was going to try to clean them up, but I don't actually think that's true.
Pink will go
so
away soon.
32 versus Griffle, and then 37 versus Philodin.
That definitely hits me.
Especially with your -5 to defenses. So the hit is just 13 points of necrotic damage, and you are exposed to the touch of anathema.
This is ongoing 5 as well.
It is. It is also ongoing 5. But
And Gary, you said that he took his radiant ongoing damage, but did he also take the ongoing thunder damage that he's vulnerable to?
that guy is dead. So
Yeah, it's this guy.
That guy was that's very far north.
this is the one that's taking his turn.
That one. It's the one on the right.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
This was the radiant or the vulnerable guy, right? He's dead.
Yep.
And the Soul Knight. It was an AoE.
I
hasn't gone
somehow have lost where these creatures are, and it's not good.
One of the Soul Knights is top left.
The reason that
far
I've
away.
lost where these creatures are is because I had assumed you guys were going to do this when you were at the Sphinx. And so it's under the Sphinx category. Sorry.
Crazy.
All right. I'll show this to you guys.
You thought we were gonna encounter this at the Sphinx?
Yeah.
Oh, because we were gonna maybe go into Philly's Dements to
Oh,
use the
right.
Oracle or
Rituals,
whatever.
yeah.
Yeah. But then she was like, use my sound booth.
I mean, it made sense for you guys to not go here, but when I was putting all the encounters out of storage, I was like, oh, this is where it's going to be.
Hmm.
So does that mean I'm at stage 1?
Stage 1. Yeah. So anybody that got hit is at stage 1.
Ew.
Target loses 2 healing.
That's
Alright.
nasty.
So any living creature that enters the zone or ends its turn in the zone, in the green zone there, takes 15 points of necrotic damage. And while you're within the zone, you suffer a -5 penalty to endurance checks.
The green zone?
The green box.
The green,
Green
box. Okay.
If you can give me a different color for it to be, I will make it that color instead.
I
Can
was
make
just
it
confused because of the aura,
partially?
but
No, I can't make that partially.
No.
Holy moly.
too many
Ah!
maggots.
Wow. Apparently, there's also a remove from play effect.
There we go. There we go. That's better.
Ooh.
That makes it easier to see the zone. Makes it impossible to see the map, but all right.
Maggots.
Ugh.
Maggots everywhere. All right, the Soul Knight. Now he is starting his turn. He's not in the Radiant ongoing thing, but he does take some ongoing damage from you. So he takes 10 points of damage, correct?
Yeah. 5 thunder, vulnerable 5.
Wait, doesn't it also take damage from Kylie?
He does. He takes from my lightning. I'm looking it up. Where did
think
it
it's
He's going to
6.
save from this thing at the end of his turn. But
He takes lightning damage equal to my intelligence modifier, which I believe is 6.
Plus 5
Right.
for the vulnerability.
So 11. He takes 11 lightning.
gotcha. All right, he takes 11 lightning. Let's see. I believe the answer is Warrior's Challenge. Maybe. All right, so he is going to soul glide to there. I'm going to put him in the front so he's on top of the nonsense. So he's going to, well, does he want to do that? Not really. So instead, he's going to go over here next to Morin. Oh, he can charge with this, can he? Yeah, He's going to charge with Containing Strike on Morin.
How many
I
squares?
think he was slowed, right? I
Yes,
don't know if that
which is why
matters.
he. I'm trying to. It's why it's hard for me to figure out where he has to go.
Gotcha.
Wait, can he charge like that? I guess he can.
Yes, but he can only get. Well, I guess technically, there's no reason he couldn't. Trying to see if there's a way that he can, but that's where it's occupied by Conjuration. Yeah, he can't get 2 targets with this because he is slowed. So yeah, he's going to Containing Strike, ignore the second attack roll because he could target 2 creatures. He just can't get into a position where he can target 2 creatures. Morin, 29. I assume misses your AC.
It does.
So you are now marked. So put the green 1 on there.
Green one.
So Soul Glide. Miss an attack. So okay, so he will Soul Glide his speed, which is sadly only 2, to there.
Does that provoke an attack of
No.
opportunity,
It does not.
even though
With the chicken?
with the chicken?
No, he's so he is teleporting up to
Oh,
his speed. So
yeah,
that's his Soul Glide. So he teleports to
Alright.
here, but he has to leave a square adjacent to a living creature.
one day more in that chicken.
I did do it once, so
Did you?
maybe that's.
I feel
yeah,
like
maybe
we've done it and then we've been like, oops, we can't do that.
I have successfully done it once.
Okay.
All right, and that's
All
it
worth it.
for him because he can't really use his other ability. The other Soul Knight, he wants to get more into things. He's going to
Why?
move out here. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Don't get
5.
more in.
All right, he's going to come up here and he's going to raise that weapon, and you see that coruscating series of multicolored light flows away from the weapon and then lights the area around him on this multicolored fire. So there's like rainbow flames, and it covers the herald with the rainbow flame. I think he has to move up to there. It's been a while since I've clicked on these guys. He doesn't
Did he-
necessarily.
I have a question, but
What's up?
when you're ready. Okay.
Let me put this guy back where he's going to go.
Okay.
Do. Can he get to where he really wants to be?
Oh, no.
Not with 1 action.
He can take 2. It's okay.
It's probably honestly worth it for him to take 2 actions to get there.
Yeah. Turn the standard into a move and do that.
Hard to see your green arrow on this green box.
Ah! I can make this green less obnoxious.
Did you make it purple?
There we go. That is much less obnoxious, but still clear.
Mm-hmm.
So he is going to action point to get into position because he thinks it's actually worthwhile. And then he's going to use the Unholy Flames here, targeting Rock, Griffle, Philodin, and the other Soul Knight.
The other Soul Knight.
Yes.
Did he teleport to that location?
No, he can't Soul Glide for this. So, Drock, you get an attack of opportunity.
Any bonuses?
Nope.
Yes, +3 from me
+3
to attack.
attack? Oh, so 35.
35 will hit. So he takes 19. Bonk. And then he will Unholy Flames. So natural 1 on Drock. 32 versus reflex on Griffle.
That's the second time that's happened that he's nat 1 Drock and hit Griffle with a 32.
Hey, Drock. How's that protecting your allies thing going?
Not well.
She's technically still dead, so it's kind of fine, right?
27 versus Paladin, I assume, hits. So 27 reflex on the Paladin. And then his buddy is going to do an extra 2d6 fire damage. So yeah, 34 fire and necrotic to both Griffle and Philodin.
Does 32 hit you, Griffle? Your
Reflex?
Who does?
I'd be shocked if it avoided her reflex.
I am realizing
Yeah.
my reflex is super low too.
Oh, it wouldn't hit my reflex.
No, mine.
This guy is granted combat advantage, has the thing, but Drock is right there, which is where he wants him to be. He'll provoke an attack property from Drock. That doesn't seem to hurt the Soul Knight, so it's probably not going to hurt him.
This is against the Herald, so -2.
Yeah.
Plus
I mean,
2.
technically, -2 + 2, so it's 0.
Okay.
He's granted combat advantage, so.
And doesn't Griffle get +3?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you still have +3 for me.
Oh, so 30. Sorry.
30, which does hit his AC. AC is quite low.
What's the +3 from, Griffle? Just curious.
When I Righteous Brand, you get
Got it. Yeah.
+3 to melee attack.
because it's a melee bonus, so you always get it because no one else is melee.
And that's when does that end? Your next turn?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's going to Writhing Pronouncement, which is, I think, a. Ooh, nice. So Pronouncement is going to be on Philodin and Morin, because Philodin, Griffle and Phil, you guys both have the thing, right?
Can I? Sorry,
touch?
this one is this one I can Lightning Rush?
You could Lightning Rush for one target. So Griffle and Phil, you guys both have Touch of Anathema, right?
Yes.
Cool. Well, then they're going to target Griffle and Philodin instead.
All right, I will Lightning Rush for Griffles because she's almost dead.
Well, go ahead and miss.
Thank
so
fuck.
So just the +3 still.
Mhm.
31 for
Oh, you
31.
hit. I was going to say, if this ended up being the same thing
Where I
twice,
miss, yeah.
you
Where
failed.
you miss and Griffle dies.
I would suggest moving. By the way,
I'm just walking around with 2 Griffle heads.
You're taking the one for the first shot, and then the second shot will go to Philodin. This is a range attack, so it's not a blast. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Move out of the aura.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't thinking. You said about moving, and then I zoned out. Sorry.
So the 36 would definitely have hit Griffle. I'm glad it's not. It's going to go after Drock. So Drock 36 versus your Fortitude, and then 33 Fortitude is definitely going to hit Philly. 13 points and ongoing 15 necrotic, and you are exposed to the touch.
I just take the highest ongoing damage, or all of it.
It depends on what the ongoing damage type is. Did you already have ongoing necrotic?
It was from the big AOE, which I think was necrotic. Yes.
I'll click the button again real quick. I think it is necrotic. I think it's ongoing 10. Yeah, no, ongoing 5. Oh, it can increase. But yeah. So yes, you only take the 15, not the 5. And that's it for the Herald. And Griffle, it is your turn.
Cool.
Take 5 damage.
Oh boy. All right. Well, I've got something that can kind of help us, I think. So I'm gonna go for Radiant Beams. Give me but a moment.
I know what you're saying, but I can't not think it's radiant beans. I'm just like sowing my beans.
I'm sowing my wild beans.
I'm just getting like this big punching over and like reaching her hand into a sack and just sowing a big handful of bright beans, and it just makes me happy.
Now, I'm pretty sure that hits everybody, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Not me.
No, it does not. Okay.
That's
or
okay.
me.
Wow.
Oh, no, hang on. Yeah, all right. I'll shift down here and then do it. So sorry, one, you're not going to get it, but everybody else is going to get
It's okay.
And keep
resist
in
20
mind-
necrotic.
If you,
But it-
yeah, just if you end your turn in the zone, you would
Uh,
hypothetically speaking take
okay,
damage.
hang on.
You have resistance. Never mind. You got resist 20. It's all necrotic damage, so you're going to resist more than the damage zone than the zone deals.
If you move to
My
this spot somehow, I don't know if you can. Yes, you can. Can you move 5?
Yeah, I can.
yeah, you should back out of this pink box
You can
too.
go. You can go.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Hang on. Just, everyone stop talking at me for a second.
Okay.
Okay. Invigorating stride down to here. That should then be able to hit everybody because Drock is still 5 away.
Very much so.
So,
Cool.
invigorating stride. Where is it? Invigorated stride. There we go. Nope. Sorry, that's the wrong one. Just ignore that.
Inevitable strike, invigorating stride.
I think I have IS on one of them, and I assumed that was it.
That makes sense.
Here we go. Stride. Cool. So I'm not near enemies. Now I take half healing, right?
Correct. So
12. Okay. That's not nothing. Okay, so that is my move. My standard is what's radiant beams? Standard, yeah, radiant beams is standard. Yep, so that's my standard. And then damn it, I had the whole thing like planned out and then everyone started talking to me. I think it was gonna be I think I was gonna do my sun blessing thing. Right. Who needed to make saving throws?
I think you and Filibuster.
Right.
And did I get? I didn't get the touch of anathema, did I?
Unless I hit you, which I think I did. The 36 hit you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have the touch.
Okay. So I'm gonna give Filibuster my sun blessing. So you can spend a surge +4 and you gain a +3 item bonus to saves until the end of the encounter.
So
Okay.
button for
So then
second.
I think oh hang on, I needed to take 5 damage at the start of my turn. So I'll just do that now from ongoing 5. Okay, and then I need to make 2 saving throws. Or is it 3? It's 1 for ongoing damage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's saved. It's 1 for dilatory armor.
Mm-hmm.
Saved. Wasn't there a third one? Didn't something else? Oh, the disease. What do I need to do for the? Oh, it's a long rest thing. That's right.
Yep.
Oh, all right. That's my turn.
Doesn't the armor one, if you save, that means that you do get removed from play?
Yes.
Yeah. So when she saves, she can then choose to fail it if she wants.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So Griffel, do you want to get removed from play?
I do not want to get rid. Actually, yes, I do. This is probably a good time to figure out what it actually does.
Question:
Yes.
if the creature doesn't exist, can it choose where to put her?
It cannot. She'll just bamf back into where she is.
Okay.
Nice.
What if we push a Soul Knight into that square?
And she'll appear in the nearest unoccupied square.
Oh, I was hoping she'd replace the Soul Knight.
Shoot the other one out. All right. There isn't a remove from play thing for some crazy reason, so I'm going to put Petrified on you. A reminder for me that you are not there.
I think you were making us like transparent or something.
Yeah, I did previously
Yeah.
hint this. I just tinted it white like that.
Yeah.
But that's cool. But it's I'm used to looking at the icons for remembering what's actually happening.
Fair.
All right.
I had a question. Did anything happen when the witch died? Because wasn't she like taking the souls?
She was trying to and would have done so if she ever got a turn.
So they're just some souls hanging out right now.
Yeah. She also had an immediate reaction that she could take when she was bloodied, but she got bloodied, and then the next attack took her from like a third of her health to dead. So she didn't get to use either of her abilities.
Also, everyone who gets attacked deals 1 radiant damage to their attacker until the end of my next turn. If it's one of the creatures that is vulnerable, that will be obviously 11.
Cool.
1 is your turn.
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
Can you delay so that I could get out of this zone?
I can, because at this point, really, all my cool AoEs on my next turn are just going to hit my friends and not my enemies. So yes, go ahead.
Yay. So for starters, the loud, rolling, thunderous noise has an echo. Echo, 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 echo. He's cursed, so 2 and 3. Does a 30 versus Fortitude hit? Oh, I don't think it does at all.
30 versus Fortitude on
Soul Knight.
the Soul Knight. This 30 Fortitude does not hit, unfortunately.
Okay, but I can still push him, right?
Yeah, if it doesn't affect.
Yep. So I would like to push him right next to the other Soul Knight.
Sounds good.
And then I'm going to teleport 1, 2, 3 squares away. Let me make sure that's right. I'm going to teleport 4 squares away. Over here. And I need to make sure. Okay, Okay, and then I'm going to pop on a nice little Vile Resonance.
Get into a stance.
A polymorph, yeah.
Yep.
And then I'm going to attack Soul Knight, the one that I have cursed, with an Upsetting Onslaught. So again, plus... Nope, only +2 now. So a 34 versus Will?
34 will hits.
Okay, so it'll be 28 damage, and then an additional 19 for
Okay.
30, 47.
Gotcha.
And they are dazed until the end of their next turn. But they can negate that by dealing 29 damage to it.
He's going to attempt to negate that by being implacable.
Is he going to make a saving throw?
Yep. Makes an immediate save. He saves.
Oh, okay, I immediately react with the Dark Reach of Zvut against...
Is it an immediate reaction or is it a free action?
What? Dark Reach of Zvut?
Yeah.
It's an immediate reaction.
You can't use immediates on your turn, unfortunately.
Ah, okay. Okay. I see. Okay. That is move, minor, standard. Okay. I'm done.
Oh, you delayed. Hang on.
Yeah, I did delay. Philly, if you would like to go before me, though, you can. And get out of that pink box.
I can do that.
Did you say pink box or paint box?
Pink box. I said it with a little accent.
There's no penalties to getting out of this box, Gary.
You can just leave. Yeah.
Okay. Up. What's the aura do? The yellow one?
When you start your turn, you take 10 points of damage.
Okay, let's just kill him. That's cool.
This thing. It is also necrotic damage, which you are effectively immune to right now.
I didn't take the ongoing at the beginning. Okay, what's that button called? Ardent Vow.
So move, minor ardent vow.
The next time I attack the target. Oh, I'm just gonna reach up and touch him. Big man.
Tap tap. You tap his knee.
15 bonus.
Step 1, tap knee. Step 2, remove leg at knee.
Yes, fervent strike. Okay. Do I have
Fervent
any?
strike. Oh,
That's the button that works directly with Ardent Vow, right?
yeah.
I don't have any attack bonus, right?
You have -2 in point of fact.
Oh, because of the.
Because you are in the aura.
Okay, and then I have 15 damage. Actually, I have something else, don't I? No, just the 15. Oh, no. I have the Angel of Slaughter, or Avatar of Slaughter, so it's 19 the damage. 39 versus AC.
39 versus AC would hit. However, because you ardent vowed with this, you marked him when you attacked. So an 18 on the die is a crit.
Wait, what?
Ardent vow is you auto sanction. You auto mark them when you tap them. And this says if the target is marked by me, which it is because you just use ardent vow, you plus 2 to the attack roll and you crit an 18 to 20. So you roll an 18, so it crits.
Oh, it does say that right there. Okay. I'm assuming he dies.
He is nearly full health, but he's about to take a lot of damage.
81, 35. That's 100 and
11, 16.
Does it have the 24
One-
extra built into it or no?
Oh, we had this conversation before.
We did have this conversation, and I think that the answer is you left it confusing. So I don't think it's built in any way, right? Not that I can see.
I think you're correct. I'd have to check.
So
I don't think it is.
8 times 4 is 32. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so that is maximized. So he takes 100. He does actually die. He just takes 148 points of damage.
Oh, this character is so much fun.
Can you bring this one out of the demens?
Can you
DVD.
curse the remaining Soul Knight for me, please?
Okay,
Will do.
so that I already minored, I moved, I attacked, so I no longer have that. Do I have to save against the 15 ongoing and the 5 ongoing separately?
Yes, technically.
Okay, so I will save against the 15 first. I did. Oh, I also have bonus from Griffle, so we'll worry about that if I fail. That one definitely fails. So I am now at 5 ongoing. Cool.
All right.
That's it.
What about me? You're up.
I'm going to do my Void Shard attack as a free action at the start of my turn. I'm going to do augment 4. Okay. That's a 30 and a 27 against the Soul Knights.
So neither of those hits, unfortunately.
Okay. Rather than bloodied.
What's up?
No, neither of them were bloodied,
Neither of them are
right?
bloody. Correct.
Okay. All right. I think that I have something. Hang on. Oh, sorry. So many like rerolls and stuff. Okay. As a free action, I've attacked an enemy with a. This is. It's a kind of lightning or radiant. Hang on. No, it's neither. Okay, never mind. Okay, I've missed with an augmented psionic attack power. So I regained the power points I used to spend the power, but I've reached a milestone today, so I could instead reroll the attack roll and use either result. So I will reroll the attack roll. I'll use a 13 that I have stored.
Okay. So
Er,
13 on one of the 2 Soul Knights.
Nah. Oh wait. I'm just gonna reroll the attack. Okay, so this is my ring of mental power. This is my daily free action. Okay. Okay.
So 30. This guy's 31 fortitude has served him so well.
Hmm.
The 37 does hit.
Okay. So it's 19 force damage, and the target is both dazed and slowed until the end of my next turn. And then I will cast.
Philly's wanting you to re-roll again.
Oh, thank you.
It's not a daily or encounter power, is it?
No,
Oh, what is it? Oh, it's an at will. What the fuck?
with
Yeah.
what's it? It just says misses
Okay.
with an attack power,
I know. I'm saying
but his thing is wrong.
previously he has said, "I'm going to use this if one of my allies misses with an encounter or daily attack." That is, you're allowed to use it, but
Oh, well, it's an augmented, so it's kind of like an encounter power, but
I just feel like the other guy being dazed and slowed would be good.
sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, you can reroll.
And she re-rolls the 37.
It does mean that she rerolls a 37 as well.
Oh, don't do that then.
Okay. Okay, we got one of them. That's fine. All right,
We got one of them.
got one. Okay,
All right.
then
So he's gonna implacable.
what is that?
Wait, he
He's
can do
gonna-
that twice in a round?
Yeah, it's opportunity action. He can do it every time he gets hit with one of these things, as long as it's not two in the same turn. But he's no longer dazed.
Oh, okay.
God.
Well, I am going to now use
Your thing.
my
Is that-
Dark Reach of Zvut against. Should I hit the other Soul Knight or should I hit the Herald? What do we
Up
think?
to you. I'm
'Cause
gonna
the Soul Knight's just gonna save immediately.
dishearten these 2 soul knights.
Okay, I'm gonna target the Herald of Anathema then
Okay.
with the Dark Reach of Zvut. He is cursed by me,
Or
but I'm not the closest to him.
I'm glad you get the enjoyment out of saying warlock powers that I feel like a lot of people miss.
Zvit.
So it's gonna be a 41 versus Will. Does that hit?
Yeah, I think it's
Okay,
good.
good. So it's gonna be 40. Wow, 2 ones on that one. 40 psychic radiant damage.
Ow. He is very bloodied.
And now he's dazed. And whatever else from that power.
Dazed and slowed, right?
Yeah.
Zavat. Zavut.
All right.
All right. Um. Okay, slight change of plans. I'm gonna use Dimensional Scramble.
Wow.
And I am going to augment. Hang on, let me just remember.
So dimensional scramble instead of dishearten.
Yeah.
Are we going to go an entire combat without using dishearten?
Yeah, it's freaky.
I need an adult.
No, it's not that bad. Okay, so I'm gonna Dimensional Scramble right here.
Okay.
Augment 2. Was that also Fortitude? God damn it.
It is fortitude.
This motherfucker.
And,
Well,
the-
30,
The
31.
31
hit.
hits.
All right, Philly, let me get that reroll. I'm gonna use.
Philly rerolls. I assume.
I'm in. Yep. Yes, Philly. I'll assume.
You called out to me right as I walked away. Yeah.
Sorry.
you can re-roll. That's fine.
Thanks. Okay, I am gonna use my 13 on the first one, I guess.
On the first one.
I hate having to call that. I just want there to be a 13 in the mix.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay.
You called it
All
right.
right. All right. Call it right.
And you needed to do it or it wouldn't have worked.
That's true. Okay, so I'm gonna put them here and here. And then I'm gonna trigger my Malicious Lightning with my minor action. And I'm assuming
Made it.
none of them are bloodied.
This guy is. So the Soul Knight number 1 is now bloodied.
Okay, so I get a +1 bonus
Bzz.
to that guy, but I'm not gonna put it in. Okay. Ooh. Take that, motherfucker. Yeah.
Crit.
Okay.
So the
When-
crit does 28, or the hit does 28, and the crit does some amount that's higher than 28.
50.
An additional
And
50. What's the base damage?
well, a hit does
She
28.
crit on the base roll damage.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So 28 plus 50, so that's 78. But then also, okay. Was that psychic? No, that was not psychic. That was lightning. Okay, here's a question, Gary.
Mhm.
If lightning is radiant and radiant is psychic, then this was a psychic attack, correct?
As long as you hit, yeah.
Okay. So then for the crit, I would have crit anyway. And so this orb level 5 thing comes into play. So then I get an action point that must be used before the end of my next turn.
Mm-hmm.
So I get an action point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That you can spend right now if you wanted to.
Yeah. Okay. So I will. And then the other one also hit, right? 35 versus reflex.
Yep.
Cool.
Hit and did damage.
I'll dishearten. I feel like it's disheartening to have gone through what they just went through.
All right.
All right. A 33 and a 38 versus Will, and if they're bloody, those are one higher.
Only one of them is bloodied. But 24 damage.
Yep. As radiant, and they're psychic locked, and they take a -5 to their attack rolls.
They are natively vulnerable to radiant damage. So number 2 is not bloodied. Number 1 is very messed up.
Okay, and then because I was an action point, you guys can crit on 19s or 20s against these two guys.
Does that power let her use a second action point in a battle? She's already used an action point.
Yeah,
Yes,
just
you
not
can't
more
use
than
two
one
in the
per
same-
turn.
Correct. Can't use
Uh,
two in the same turn.
If I
Drock.
crit, we crit on the Soul Knights on a 19 to 20.
Correct.
Yes.
Alright.
Gary, you did not put the psychic lock or the -5.
I did not put all the stuff on these guys because
Because why?
They're in
I
pain.
know it's on both of them. It's a lot of
Okay.
clicking.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, and one of my purple boxes is gone. Sorry.
I'm going to be the one that's awkwardly shaped.
Okay. Also, the pink boxes are gone. Sorry, Drock.
No, you're good. I was just gonna say, so starting my turn, I have like the ongoing 15,
Which you're immune to.
but I'm also in his aura, right?
Which you're also immune to.
Okay. I
So you take
am
35 points of damage, which means you take 0.
nice. I am gonna use the Hobgoblin Discipline to get rid of the ongoing,
Okay.
because I don't really want that. Buttons.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have much to do. I know I can crit on those guys, but I don't want to go into that green square. That'd be a bad time. So I'm just gonna keep this guy entertained, and
I mean, this is what the green square does, right? You take 15 necrotic damage, which you're immune to.
oh yeah.
I'm not saying you should go do something. I'm just saying.
No, you know what? That's good to remember. I'm going to then do rebounding dance. So do I have any bonuses to hit these guys, or just
You could easily move into flanking with the.
Oh yeah, I'll do that. So +2, right?
Yes, you can do here and then there if these are your two targets.
Yeah. And then I'll have a bit of bonus damage to the second one if I hit, but. And I guess I will be triggering a opportunity attack from the Herald, right?
No, because rebounding dance is a shift.
Oh, perfect.
It's a shift 11, and also he's dazed, so it doesn't provoke, and he can't take opportunity actions.
All right, fair enough.
So those are both hits for 28 points of damage. Hit and the also hits. 28. And did you augment this?
I did.
Okay, so you got concealment, and they've got -2 to defenses.
All right, I guess I'm good with that.
All right, so they're going to take their final turn, and then I believe it's probably going to be GG for these guys. So our Soul Knights are going to try to do something cool, and probably fail horrifically because they are under horrendous penalties. So this guy is going to. Can he Soul Stride to here? Yes, but it's no purpose. Yeah, sure, whatever. He'll just flames on. He'll unholy flames on Drock. He'd like to hit more than one target, but it's not going to happen. God, sorry. So 33 is actually 7 lower. So 26 versus your reflex, Drock.
Still hits.
So he does a little bit more damage because I forgot to add his damage bonus. So he does 50 points of damage. It is all fire if that matters to you.
Don't think so.
I know at some point you get resistance to fire and poison from your weapon. I don't know when that is.
I have resist poison.
Okay. So that seemed to be more effective than I was expecting. So he is going to containing strike on you. Action point and containing strike. So 37 versus your AC, so -5. So 32. Excuse me, 32 versus your AC.
Misses.
But you are marked. And that's it for him. This other dude, well, the fire thing worked really well, but he has already used his. So, he's gonna go after Philodin. He's gonna provoke an attack of opportunity from. No, he's not. He's gonna shift one square and then charge. So shift and charge means that this is at -7. Yeah. -6.
Sorry, before you hit the buttons.
lightning
I
rush?
had a turn since my last lightning rush. Griffel's out of play, right?
Yes, Griffle is removed from play until the end of the Herald's turn.
Okay, I don't think the other guy can get to one or more. Well, he might be able to, but I'm thinking this will be a good one to lightning rush.
Okay.
Which also puts me in flanking, right?
Mm-hmm. You do provoke from the Soul Knight, who will swing at you.
Yeah, that's
but,
fine. Is he he's bloodied, right?
He is not bloodied.
Both of those guys should have taken 6 lightning when they started their turn next to my moat, by the way. And if they're vulnerable to lightning, that might be more.
They're not
So
vulnerable.
I will do that. They're not vulnerable to lightning, but they also took damage from. So this guy, when he swings at Drock and hits Drock for 27 points of necrotic damage.
He's gonna miss because I have +4 for OAs.
Oh. Well, he swings and misses and then dies from radiant beams.
That's nice. He had 1 hit
Wait,
point.
what?
No, he has vulnerable 10 radiant, so he took
Oh.
11 damage.
He had
Why
11
does he take damage when attacking me?
That's how
The
radiant
radiant
beams
beams.
Radiant
works.
beams. So Griffle, during her turn, she shot out a bunch of beams of light that cover you and protect you that give you resist 20 to necrotic damage, and anyone that attacks you takes 1 point of radiant, which, if you're vulnerable, means you take 1 point plus all of your vulnerability.
Nice.
I just want to let you know, Gary said Radiant Beams fucking sucks, except for this very specific scenario that we're now in.
Radiant Beams is both the best and the worst power, depending on if it's correctly used. Like if you use it assuming it's going to be good every combat, it's not. But if you find like the perfect situation where the huge amount of resistance you get from Radiant Beams and the damage thing happens, it feels like a broken power.
So I rolled a 19, which crits on this guy right now, right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So 60 damage.
So you crit him for 60. He's going to swing at you at a -5, -6, I think. He has Psychic Lock, right?
Didn't he already attack one time?
No,
Psychic Lock.
this is the other guy.
Oh, and do I still have my partial
7.
concealment?
Yep. So he's at -2 from Psychic Lock, -5 from Dishearten, because this is the first deck this dude's made. He's at +1 to charge. Woo! -2 to concealment. So he's at -9 +1. He's at -8. He's gonna try his best to crit you and see what happens. No. 25 AC, I assume, does not connect.
Correct. I'm also trying to think. The last one that hit me was Fortitude, right?
I have no idea.
Don't worry about it. I don't know if we took concealment into account last time, but it's fine.
Oh, it doesn't matter from the AoE because the thing you got hit by was an area attack, which doesn't care about concealment.
Got it.
So I did take it into account. It just didn't matter. So he ends his turn. Sadness. He's already spent his action point and can do nothing about this. The Herald is dazed. He no longer has the Flag of Shame. And let's see. I think his only answer is to Writhing Pronouncement. So 2 bolts, 1 at Drock and 1 at Philly. Bolt at Philly is the first one. So 37 versus Philodin.
What's the defense?
37 fortitude, which
Oh, that'll hit.
31 fortitude on Drak.
Misses.
So I said 37, and you're like, "What's the defense?" I'm like, "Well, I mean, it's 37, so it's whatever defense is
You
going
never know, Gary.
I do. We just went over this character in exhaustive detail. So bolt. So hit on Philodin, it does 0 points of damage because you're resistant to necrotic. And then he's going to end his turn, and you guys are going to go and mop up these last two guys.
Question: is that another rank of the Touch of Anathema for Philly?
No. So there is a thing that he can do, which is this, that can make it work.
Oh,
But
so I should add my statement.
But the problem is that he couldn't ever get to where he needed to be to make this happen. Mostly because I only have it marked as he's dazed, but he is Zavut transferred both things, so he's dazed and slowed from the Zavut, which means that he can't reach anybody to try to hit them with his melee attack.
So, sorry, Philly, myself, and Griffle all have one
Stage.
stage?
Correct.
I have a
All right.
question.
What's up?
Do I actually have one stage, or does this random construct in my demons have one stage?
You have one stage. Because they are
Ooh.
basically the same thing.
Before the combat ends, I want to quickly just cast Pain to Pleasure, assuming that a 35 hits the reflex, so I can heal
Okay.
3 points of damage.
All right, Griffle reappears, and I'm gonna get some more water. We'll take a break. You guys can take a break in and out of game, short rest, that sort of stuff. Let's do a 10-minute break. So until X14, and then we'll come back.
I understand that reference.
Me
I
too.
get that
Thank
one.
you.
You're welcome.
And just for anyone who didn't catch it, that combat gave me new weapon concordance. Most of it doesn't matter to people, but during short rests, from here on in, you get to use my healing surge value, which is currently 35.
Jesus. Well, that's nice.
Yeah, so when you spend a surge adjacent to the Summer Knight, it can be in combat or out of combat. If you're adjacent to the Summer Knight, you can use their healing surge value instead of yours. Is it 35 or is it 36? Because I don't remember
What is this from?
35, I believe. I have 32 base plus 3.
From his weapon.
Uh,
Accordance with his weapon.
did you just upgrade it from
nice.
+3 to +4 though?
Plus 4 to plus 5 is the weapon bonus, but I didn't think that affected. Let me read more.
So so the increases your healing surge value by by an amount equal to the enhancement bonus of the weapon.
Oh, so that's 5 then.
Yeah, so your healing surge value is 37, right?
Yep. So if you're beside me or in a short rest, 37's your healing surge value.
Does that count if my projected consciousness is next to him, Gary?
No.
Okay.
So 30 is 37, right? So it'll be half that for the people that are afflicted by the touch of anathema.
Like me, sadly.
So Griffle, when you get a chance, get some amount of healing surges back. And as you guys continue on, you can see in the distance the gate. So you know that there is this archway that is the gate to the realm. But even from a distance, you can see that it looks different now. The sort of natural flowing curves and sort of cave-like appearance of the vault entrance has been replaced. And you can see these neon hues, these bright greens and reds and pinks and yellows glowing through the haze, covering the exit, covering the entrance, exit from your demesne, the entrance into the vaults. Yeah. Anything that you guys are doing in particular as you get close to the door?
Wait,
It doesn't-
sorry, I know we just went over this.
Mhm.
Are we using Drock's healing surge?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, what is your healing surge?
37.
Cool.
I'm wondering if we should do
Thank
a
you.
comrade succor before we go further.
And just keep in mind, Griffle, you're at half value for this. So you'll get
Oh,
what, 19? 18? Yeah, 18 per surge.
Because of our stupid touch of anathema.
Correct.
okay.
So you guys wanted to potentially do Comrade Sugar before you continue on?
I'm putting it out there to the group if we think it's a good idea. Because Griffle and I are really low on surges.
Yeah, I'm fine giving some up. I'm at 10.
I can also give some up. I'm at 6.
Okay, so we're using Philodin instead of filibuster? we have-
For healing. Well, that's a Gary question. I don't know if
Yeah,
I'm allowed to use both.
I'm
You
guessing
can't
you're
use
not allowed
both.
to use both.
But the resource expenditure was on Philodin. You chose to use Philodin for the combat, so you're using Philodin's surges. So you'll have the 6 surges you have for.
So we have 18, 24 surges with the one taken away.
I would. Oh, never mind.
We have 24 between the 5 of us. So everybody gets 5 and one person gets 4. And
I
I
don't
get
mind.
4.
Okay.
I'm not hit with the plague or whatever, so my surges are full value.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you, comrades.
Mm-hmm.
comrade.
So they couldn't suck you in one way, but they can suck you in this way.
Mm-hmm.
There was
Nice, that-
critical suck during that last one, too, so. Morin, you
Alright.
want to put yourself at 5 surges?
Yes, I can do that. I just didn't know what the number was.
Yep. Any other things you guys want to do before you approach the sort of glowing neon stuff within the cloud around the gate?
I kind of would like to look at the weapons from the people we just killed. Because you said they were glowing, right?
Yeah, so the heralds did not have anything that was glowing on them in that same sort of like
Mhm.
multicolored hues, but the blades worn by the Soul Knights did.
Mhm.
So you want to take one of their blades?
Mhm.
Okay, so you take, and you can sense that there is a lot of powerful sort of undeath energy. This, when the Soul Knight was created, your characters are have enough expertise in ritual magic to be able to recognize that this is the focus for how one of these things gets created.
Mhm.
But you can see that after creation, like there's a spell of creating the undead that's on the blade. But you can see there's something else that's been layered over top of it, that's been worked into the blade itself. Which are those little glowing neon runes.
Can I recognize the language?
Yes, you can. It is in Proto-Supernal.
Mm-hmm. Um, can I suss out anything about the ritual or the runes?
Do you have any bonuses that are not on your sheet or your token for a history check?
Well, I have my lens of reading or my ribbon. Oh, but that was used. I don't think so. Pretty
Okay.
tapped out right now. Oh, is history? History's not wisdom, is it?
History is not. History is intelligence.
Okay. No, I don't think so.
So you get the feeling that if you had some time to sit down and study these runes and had like some notes and stuff, because you've got lots of notes on languages and stuff, especially like the notes from when you guys you spent that extended rest at the prison, you feel confident that you would be able to decode this. But with the short amount of time that you have, you don't think you can really suss out what this says enough, because the way that Proto-Supernal works is that like there's a lot of stuff built into each rune. So think of like the comparison between like written word in like English versus reading it in like kanji, where it's like it is very dense.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of different meanings of the different pieces, and the way that they're arranged together, even multiple different pieces arranged together, if 2 or 3 in a different order, it'll completely change the meaning. So it has like multiple layers of stuff that tends to need a little bit of time to decode. And you do not think in the short time you have you can figure out what the spell is that's on top of the sword.
Okay. Do I feel like it is now inert? Like I'd be safe to take this sword?
It is definitely not inert. It does not seem it is actively harmful either.
Does it feel like the knight is gonna like reconstitute from the sword or something?
You think if you gave a little bit of power into this, that it would be relatively easy to reform the knight around the sword. You don't think it's going to do it by itself, but you don't know enough about what the rune on it does. But it could be it could be possible that it could be like commanded to reconstitute itself with using the stored power of the rune.
Mm-hmm.
That is a possibility, but you just don't know enough about what the rune does to say one way or the other.
Okay. And then did it feel like the knight had its own agenda? Or like do I think if I like somehow summon this knight it would follow me? Or do I feel like it would be just like cool, I'm back to carry out my plans?
So you got the impression, which I mean, it ended up not being as obvious of a thing because of the way the combat went. But the knights, you think, were serving or subservient to the witch.
Mm-hmm.
With the witch being destroyed, you think that any creature that could command an undead would be able to try to command this creature. It does not have much of an intelligence. It's kind of like a mix between an undead and a construct. But you get the impression that if you could focus on one of these things, yes, you could summon one. And while there's nothing that you have that directly allows you to control undead, either someone who is better at controlling undead than you are would be able to control it pretty easily, or you might be able to bring it up uncontrolled and then communicate with it.
All right. I'm gonna save this sword for later.
Do you take both with you or just one?
I would offer one to Morin. Yes, Morin.
Oh yeah, I would take it. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to name him Morin too
Wow.
So
when I summon
I
him
will
again.
I will say that you can go around and kind of look at the other bodies as well. I kind of always assume that you guys loot the bodies and take anything valuable with you just for like
Yeah.
deconstruction and use and normal adventuring stuff. The bodies of the heralds are completely hollow. There's a lot of sort of latent aberrant energy that oozes out of them once they are deactivated. And it takes a little while for them to be basically not biohazards. But they are eventually you can take large pieces with them, and there's a lot of precious metals built into them. The witch, on the other hand, is kind of reverse. She doesn't have anything on her person, and her body just sort of falls apart into cobwebs when you try to, ruffle through her stuff and see like what her weapon was, what her armor looked like, all that sort of stuff. It just devolves into a mesh of old broken cobwebs.
When I saw her at the bridge with the souls, I kind of thought of like skeins. Does that feel like there might be something to that?
Yeah. She did. I will say that you guys have seen a couple of hags in your adventuring time. She looked like a hag. She didn't
Mm.
just look like a witch. Like, yes, she was a witch, but she looked specifically like a hag. Let's see if I can do.
And witches and hags are fae, right?
Ooh, that doesn't
So
work
we
at
had,
all.
we had that whole Lakeshan thing.
Oh, did I delete the token somehow? Oh, that's sad. Sorry, I was going to show you what the zoom out the token a little bit, but I think it's been. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. So there's the close up of what she looks like. And yeah, it does give you that impression of it doesn't look like the exact same types of hags that you saw in the vision, but she has enough of the elements that are there that this does feel like a hag, like a one of the dark fae.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
Lauren is raising his hand.
He's raised his hand to take one of the blades. He has
Yep.
been given them.
Oh, sorry, missed that.
That's okay.
Somebody said command undead.
That was it for me. That sword just looked interesting.
All right. So I think you guys are continuing on. And unless someone interrupts me, you're going to make your way into the fog. You know where you're going. You can see it as you get closer. And as you continue to make your way through, sort of layers and layers of fog and haze surrounding the gateway, you can sense that there is a barrier of some kind. That as you're walking through, the layers of mist are forming more and more resistance to where once you get to the point where you can clearly see that there is some of these neon lights in the fog, it starts to feel like you're walking into jello rather than walking into air. Like there is this sort of amorphous blob of resistant magic around you. What do you want to do?
We've felt something like this before.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Oh.
remember where.
Around the other walker, right?
Oh,
When we had
yeah.
when we were on the wall.
I think you're right.
Yeah, that's what this feels like. It feels like there's this extra resistance, that it feels like there's a solidity here that's like reality is soupy thick.
Was that also anathema at the wall, or was that Hope Slayer?
That was Hope Slayer at the wall.
Hope
Okay.
Slayer's at the wall. Did we feel this when Terminus was bearing down on Bedvere?
Yeah, where you couldn't move as he was trying to destroy him, where
Mhm.
you kind of gathered up your will and then stabbed through that sort of hyper reality jelly to be able to stab Terminus in the eye.
Okay.
The same feeling you felt several times.
What was the walker that was attacking Al Shaib around the Sin the Second?
Was it attacking Al or was it attacking the world ship?
Well, Al Shaib said he was in conflict in a struggle with it.
Oh.
I just don't remember which one it was.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't remember off the top of my head. I remember the ship was Sin the Second.
how do you feel about invoking its name?
I was just trying to get the idea, like, is this something that's common to all walkers?
You've seen it with 3 different walkers, at
Okay.
least.
Okay.
I don't want to say at least. I think you've seen it specifically with 3 different walkers.
Yeah.
So Terminus, Hope Slayer, and then I don't know if you ever found out which one was the one at Sin the Second, but
Was that Harbinger?
No, I thought that was the one that implanted itself in you,
Oh,
in your brain.
what? I don't recall that.
I thought that was the one from Silver Spire.
Mm-hmm. You have a little walker in your head, remember?
No? What?
What?
I feel like I would know if I had a walker in my head.
You're getting gaslighted.
I guess so.
Girl boss, gate kept.
anyways,
I'm
you
gonna
feel
re-ask the
this?
question. How do you feel about invoking the name of the walker?
I think it's your dements, and you should do whatever
How
you want.
stupid do you feel?
Didn't Baneslayer say this isn't a fight you want to take?
Yeah.
Did he say that?
Well, I think he was in disbelief that you would take the fight.
But it wasn't that he didn't think he wanted it, or that he would take it, or like he was too weak or something. It was more along the lines of,
He basically called me a pussy.
yeah,
That's how I took it.
yeah. Baneslayer is like, oh, you're not going to pick up the sword and run into the enemy and stab him in the face. You're a coward. Because that's the thing that frontline heroes do, is be in the front line and stab things directly in the face, and all other options are cowards.
It does seem to be working for him, unfortunately. Do how I keep having this struggle, Gary. Does it accept me addressing it as Baneslayer, or does it want to be called something else?
It does accept you calling it Baneslayer.
Okay. I will say it seems that we have found our great enemy. Would you join me in calling out to it to challenge it?
I, of course, will aid a worthy challenge, but I do not believe it is here. I think merely its actions and power shroud another, something that I do not necessarily oppose.
Oh, that's interesting.
And you've seen when Baneslayer sees that sort of like multicolored light thing, he's not like anti it, he's just sort of confused by it. Like doesn't understand what that thing is.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to him as obviously aberrant. Right?
Yeah. Correct. It's not aberrant, it's not elemental, he doesn't know what it is.
Weren't the weren't the Weavers like able to remake Demences?
Mm-hmm. They like corrupted them and remade them to their own purposes.
So I wonder if because Baneslayer is divine, that the Weaver is able to register as something that Baneslayer can't recognize.
I think so. I think the Weaver is like made to be a god killer. and I think it's totally getting past Baneslayer's defenses.
Uh, what do we do? Can we? There's a clear like source, right, Gary?
Yeah, I mean, like you can see that there's this fog bank of mist in front of you. You can see brilliant lights shining through the mist in that same sort of way. Like, you know, if you see like headlights in heavy fog, right? You can tell the light's there, but you can't really determine anything other than there is light there somewhere. And the fact that there's a ton of light makes it almost harder to see through the fog. And you can feel as you try to walk into the fog, as you try to go forward, there is this sort of like you guys can recognize it, and it's inside of your dements. You can sense it as this hyper reality, this reality soup, this presence that you guys have seen several times, where a walker is nearby and is creating this sense that is difficult to kind of force yourself through.
Are all of the people slash souls still with us?
Yeah, you have an army behind you.
Filibuster will turn to all of them and say, "You have followed us this far." I don't know what's wrong with me today. You have followed us this far, and I thank you for aiding us. But I think the greatest fight is yet to come. I think I will need your further assistance to push through this barrier.
So the construct filibuster, Baneslayer, you know, in your own body or in a lookalike body, comes to you and rests his hand on your shoulder and says,
You are right. There is a greater fight yet to come. You should not bring the fodder with you and give them hope. It is wrong of you. They stand no chance against what is to come. They should be in the back, unless you wish to sacrifice them to give us an opening to do what must be done.
And if we don't?
you see him kind of confused, like
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a Baneslayer sentiment at all.
you see him like standing there and like he's looking at you, he's looking at his hand like he's lost, like he doesn't understand what's happening. You ask him like what happens if that doesn't happen, and he just doesn't get it. He looks like he's like groggy or like his mind is muddled.
Can we put a mind blank on a sentient weapon construct?
Normally no, but he's kind of functioning like a creature here, and since the rules of the dements are much more wibbly wobbly than they are in the real world, you might be able to get one to stick here.
I'd like to try that.
So you go try to what do you want to do to him? Because mind blink takes a little while to cast. So
Yeah.
you go, the group kind of gathers around him, and you see he looks.
What are you doing? You are tainted.
I am, but I believe you may be as well, and I think that I can at least help you.
So
Will you? Yeah.
he takes a step back away from you, and then you can see he sort of like butts up against the sort of wall of jelly that he can't get around, and you see that he's like, unless you force him, he's not going to let you touch it.
Can I hold up the orb, my orb, to him and say, "Will you, if you do not trust me, will you trust Iris and her Morthak? I believe your mind is corrupted by this mist and this light."
I cannot be corrupted. I am the burning light, the fire in the darkness. There cannot be darkness within me. If you believe there is darkness within me, it can only mean that the darkness has tainted your mind, twisted your reality.
The Baneslayer construct looks over towards Filibuster.
You should not command me to follow her. She is tainted. She wishes to corrupt me. She wishes to corrupt you.
Sounds like the Baneslayer. I know. However, we have never heard you shirk your duty or encourage anyone to back down from a fight. Protecting weak people is not in your standard operating procedure. Do you not find that strange?
Things that are weak do not deserve to be protected. They must be protected.
You see, like, the Baneslayer construct, his face sort of drops, his eyes go wide, and you can see him looking around and looking down at his body, like lost, that he's not confident. He's confused.
I want to poke a finger at him and say, that's what I'm talking about.
He just stands there frozen, and you can see like his eyes flicking back and forth. And then as he's doing this, you see him put his hand on his back where he has the spear sort of put across his back. He touches the spear, and you see the sort of light flood through his body, flood back out through his spear, and you can see him like grabbing hold of the sort of representation of his own self, right? Representation of Baneslayer in the construct. And when he does this, you can see that sort of brilliant, bright white that comes off of him, the edges of it are different. The light is white, but at the edges of Baneslayer's aura, when he focuses on trying to pay attention to himself, you see a halo where the white light goes out, and as if it's refracting through a prism, there is this multicolored hue, an aura of brilliant different colors surrounding Baneslayer's light.
I would say you have been alone for too long, and you accept help from no one, and you expect no one to help you. But in this moment, I think you must allow that to change.
To fulfill my purpose, I must be wielded. But all who wield me are unworthy. All that go before are not living up to the Creator's will. You should not fight back. You should give up. Give in.
As he's talking, you see his body start to physically shrink. The like halo of energy and light around him is starting to rapidly dim.
Can you do, I'm sorry, I'm looking it up. I don't think I have.
Can I?
a
Oh,
good-
I was gonna say, can I? Like, well, he's still holding the spear, right? Basically,
Yeah,
can I also just like put my hand on the spear
sure.
and just be like,
So I do want to pause and like, what are Drock and Morin and Griffle doing while this is happening?
The only thought I had was, didn't Baneslayer, like, wasn't he happy when I wielded him?
Wow.
That's your thought right now.
Well, he said none are worthy, but I'm pretty sure when I was wielding him, he thought I was worthy.
He did.
Wow.
He did.
So I'm just kind of like, the hell?
He's giving up.
So I feel like this is the Walker and or the Orb Weaver
Mm-hmm.
interfering with his nature. And I
Mm-hmm.
feel like in the past, when we have encountered individuals that have a nature but it is weak or under attack, the way of recovering them is to get them to act in their nature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I feel like we need to encourage Baneslayer to slaughter this walker.
Can
I like
we
it.
get him to remember the taste of Terminus's blood?
What do you want to do to get him to remember?
Summon another walker and stab it in the eye again?
Well, I will also say that, you know, keep in mind, you guys are in you're in the edge of the dements here, right? So this area is mostly like fog and impressions. There's semi-solid ground below you, but the sort of dreamlike qualities of this place are pretty strong here, where the sort of focal point of the creation of this demence is all on the port city, right? It's all on the city and its inhabitants. And, you know, for a brief time, it was on the ships at sea. But like here, it is very mutable. So if you wanted to create something, you want to create an image for him, you might be able to do something like that by just willing it into existence.
Oh.
You have this sort of like lucid dream quality of a demence, assuming that Philly allows you to do it. He has to permit you to use his demence. But that is one of the things that can be done here is you can sort of will things into reality.
Can
Will
I?
away.
Oh yeah, go for it.
So did someone want to will into existence blood or something else that you wanted to do? Because there were some good suggestions in there, but I heard some good talking and not a lot of I want to do X.
Okay, I have minor creation. Can I use that in conjunction with the dements to basically put together like a sense memory of all of our fights with walkers and killing aberrant things, and especially Terminus?
Sure. That would definitely be a default Arcana check, although I could see other things being justified.
Okay.
So that's
Can-
what one of many is doing.
Can the party assist by making sound effects and hyping?
I will assist.
I'm so on board with this.
So you're playing up this memory?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I think I want to channel some of the like crazy aggression that my spear has to be feeling, and attempt to literally rile Baneslayer up to fight a walker. Channeling some of like my spear wants to just like cause destruction everywhere, and I want to direct those feelings of wanting to cause destruction in the direction of the walker.
Sounds good to me. It sounds like a intimidate check.
Yeah.
So this is a skill challenge. So I guess we could go in initiative order, but I'm just sort of like putting people on the board to be like, all right, what do you want to do for this? Because
And I also want to be channeling some of that into like commanding Baneslayer to act in his nature.
Mhm. So 45 intimidate is one hell of an intimidate check.
Jesus, yeah.
So it's double hard DC. Drock, what are you doing to kind of push through the thing as well? So we've got one person that's sort of trying to supply the sort of naked aggression that Baneslayer normally has, that is normally used to, an oppositional force that he can recognize. and then one of many is forming everybody's things into a concrete sort of example to hand to him. What is Drock doing? Is Drock trying to use that whole you said no one before was worthy. I was worthy. I'm not tainted. Obviously your vision is clouded, or are you trying to do something else?
Yeah, I actually kind of like the idea, because that was my first thought. It was like I thought I was good. I thought I was worthy.
Thought we had something.
Yeah.
So I mean that sounds like a diplomacy check to me personally, but I can see something
Sure.
else.
No, I can do diplomacy.
And then what is Griffle? I mean, Griffle is forming the blood to show, or
Yeah, so like I think that I like one's idea, and I'm gonna spruik that like really hard, and I'm gonna like play up all the elements like of times when like we as a party like got in a walker's face. And in particular, like I want to just kind of like do this sort of spotlight on one's rendition of like Baneslayer stabbing Terminus in the eye.
sounds good. What do you want to do to how do you want to play it up? I guess is the best way to ask.
I think this feels a bit like a diplomacy check, but I'm not very good at diplomacy.
I mean, it does. I could definitely also see something like insight to tell the right pieces, or like nature to do actual like this is the nature of things you're trying to remember, or like I can even see like perception, right? You're supplying the memory of like this is exactly what it looked like and exactly what the air tasted like and how the rain felt, right?
Nah, I think like insight seems the most here because I'm trying to show him things that are going like I'm trying to figure out like okay, what is gonna like have the most impact here on him
Okay, yeah.
or it. I think insight.
Yeah.
Yeet.
All right. And last but not least is Phil. That's 2, 3, 1. One complication and 4 successes. Or 4 no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 5 out of 6 successes on the challenge and 1 complication for the end of the round.
I would like to turn to Baneslayer and say, each of us is powerful in our own ways, but you and I get power from those who follow us and those who we lead. And each of those people here, and I gesture to the few thousand people, is here because we are powerful. And in turn, they give us power. And I just raise my hand and create like an orange in my hand in hopes that all the people there will do the same thing.
Yeah, I like that a lot. You sort of raise it up with the thing and you see the others. So there is a thing that you're going to have to overcome when you do this and you try to like speak. You're speaking to him, but you're also speaking to them. There is this block, right, where all of the eyes of all of the people that are here, they're drawn to the Baneslayer construct. They're drawn to them, and you are sort of unimportant in their vision, right? You're being ignored because he is here. So if you want to do this to get all of their attention, you have to make this a scene, basically. You have to do something to say, no, everyone needs to notice me. Because so far, everyone hasn't. Everyone has looked past you. Everyone has seen everyone else in the group, but mostly they've been looking at Baneslayer.
I don't know what the appropriate role is, but I would say like I think of it as like I am appealing to the crowd in a lot of ways, sort of just like what I know about
So
what they take.
So as a reminder, like if you're trying to change something in the events, you're trying to change a perception.
Mhm.
Insight and religion are default. So
Okay.
you can always use one of those two. And this is also, to a certain extent, and I'll let you know that this is trying to penetrate through an illusion. So insight is also default for breaking through illusions.
Okay, we'll do insight then.
We also have our gem of seeing, if that would be helpful.
So 32 is hard DC. So you guys all bring this in. You get this image together. You see the construct as he's shrinking. He sees this sort of congealed moment, this memory that he can see and taste and touch and feel, this iconic moment of being able to strike. And then you see around the mouth of the construct that there's a little trickle of blood that's too bright red to be real, that has this sort of almost glowing quality to it, the blood of a walker. And you can feel this sort of intense pressure on the construct as he falls to the knee, and you see the construct look up towards Philly, and the sort of Baneslayer looks pleading for the first time that you've ever seen him do this.
If I fall, they all fall. It knows I am a focus. And because others rely on me, I am weakness. I am vulnerable because vulnerable things rely on me. I do not wish to be you. I don't want to be mortal. Please, take me away from this. I hate it. I wish to burn away all this weakness, all this mortality. But it is this hate that will destroy them.
You see the Baneslayer construct look out, and you can feel the connection that the construct has with all of them. He's feeding on their will. He's gaining power from being the focus, this idealized thing. He is this example that they are, all of them, doing a minor form of the construct that you just made. You made this perfect moment. That's what all of them are doing. They're using the power of the Dements to build this icon to rally behind, to get all their strength from. And Baneslayer doesn't understand what it means to be you, to be an icon, to be a leader, to be mortal. And this is confusing him. It's causing him pain. It's causing him doubt. And he realizes that if he gets destroyed, that they will also all be destroyed. And he doesn't know how to handle it. So he looks up at you, and you see he like pulls the spear that's on his back, like he's trying to pull it away from himself, and you see little bits of his like arm and hand flake away, like he's being disintegrated as he's pulling a piece of himself out of his body. You can tell he's trying to hand you the spear.
I'll take it.
So you take it, and you see as soon as you touch the spear, the rest of his body convulses, and it looks like for a second he relaxes. And then as the spear leaves his hand, you see everyone else, almost in unison, turn and notice you all at once. Thousands of individuals recognize you. You can tell they didn't know who you were. Until this moment, you were a background character, one of the team, helping, but not individually relevant, not individually important. Now you can feel the power of all of the people, the believers, the true residents here recognizing the leader of the Dements that is you. And you get this strange mix of power, not only power of them recognizing you for who you are, but recognizing you as the wielder of Baneslayer, as the ideal as well. You feel those sort of warning ideas in your head that sort of turn into this strange mix of them believing you to be more than you are and different than you are, but it not really conflicting with who you are. You can tell that this sensation would be maddening to something with really clear cut identities, with really clear cut rules. But that's not you. You're immortal. You're always reinventing yourself. You're a different person every day by just a little bit. And all these conflicting beliefs of what you are and what you could be, they aren't pain to you. It's just life. It's just experience. And when everything focuses on you and you see that Baneslayer construct relax, there is this moment of exaltation, interrupted almost immediately by an otherworldly scream as the Baneslayer construct falls back and starts to claw and tear at his chest. And you see bubbling and boiling out of his chest is a bright, multicolored orb. It flows out of the construct's chest and starts to rise. Looks like it's going to fly off into the distance. What do you do?
Oh, I try to catch it. Can I hold up my orb and see if it will interact with it?
So you can. Your orb is always floating around you unless you grab it.
But I
So
can like extend it, right? Like
Yeah.
I can kind of like make it do like a bigger
yeah.
radius. I want to get it closer to this orb.
So you get it closer to the orb, and as the orb, the multicolored one, floats up near yours, you see that the sort of beams of rainbow light expanding from this orb, they're shining and reflecting on the mist, on the ground, on the walls. They're creating these crazy things. Like, imagine someone standing in front of like a neon sign, right? That's constantly changing colors. Their whole body gets sort of dyed to the colors of the very bright light of the sign. But the orb doesn't reflect the light at all. And as the brightly colored orb flies up, you see your orb open. It sort of twists outward into into like a flattened black disc, and then you see the orb slap down. You've seen the orb combine with others before, but it's always been emerging. Two black orbs touching each other and becoming one, adding to a greater whole. This isn't like that. This is actual destruction. When your orb makes contact with the rainbow colored orb, it obliterates the other orb. You can see the bits and pieces of rainbow light shatter and fray away like a neon sign being stomped to death. And as the last bits of flickering light come out, you get this very faint sense of satisfaction from the orb as it floats back and returns to orbiting around you slowly.
Nice.
So, Philly, you're standing, holding the spear, seeing the thing through everyone's perspective, and you can see in front of you that fog. It's not a fog, not when you're using the combined will of all of the people here, not when you're holding Baneslayer that remembers what he is. That thing in front of you is a great tentacle. It's hundreds of feet tall and goes off in every direction, as far as you can see, left and right. This huge, fleshy wall of warts and suckers laying in front of the path ahead. And you can see this sort of blobby, warty flesh in front of you. And you get this pulse from Baneslayer, this sense of satisfaction, of purpose, of clarity. Ah, it is unarmored. You
Gary,
can
I
feel
know
a
you
little
played.
flickering smile from Baneslayer.
I know you played Chrono Trigger.
Huh?
I said I know you played Chrono Trigger.
I did in high school. It's been a long time.
Okay. You know the scene where Frog cuts the mountain in half?
Yeah, I do.
This is what I would like.
So you bring Baneslayer up, and you get this will. You go to do this sort of iconic, heroic moment, and you can feel the will of all of the members of the Dements add on top of you that this would be a powerful moment, but with thousands of your followers who want to believe in you, that want to see you as greater than life, that want to see you do these impossible tasks, with all of them changing reality around you, filling your body with power, it is greater than life. It is this slash that makes you feel what the others must have felt like long ago, before the 13 were taken down. Makes them feel like you are not even close to what once was mortal. You slash forward, and as the great tentacle snaps and burns away, you guys, everyone who's not Baneslayer and Filibuster, can just see the mist evaporate and open, showing this strange coruscated wall behind it. There are bright colors like you've seen in other places. The door to the vaults doesn't look natural anymore. It looks all hard angles, this hexagonal opening covered with brightly colored neon runes in that strange proto-supernal language. So this is what you guys see.
Do you have a wrapping point?
Here, basically.
Okay, yeah. That's what I thought.
So I feel like this is where the big bad for the next arc is getting introduced. Yeah?
Wait, what?
Our evil mystery.
So I think we'll start here at the door next time. You see this strange thing.
This is the door that would go into the vaults.
Yeah, this would get you from the Dements into the vaults.
Okay.
What is
And,
Hercator going to be like?
Himkator. No!
It's not allowed anymore in America.
Oh, that hurt.
I know.
Oh,
I
that
mean-
hurt my feelings.
I'm sorry.
I mean, trans rights are dead, so he can do what he wants.
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I made that joke.
What trans people?
Ugh.
Everyone is female now, didn't you know?
So Gary, can I become a paladin at any time? How does this work?
So when you leave the Dements, you can take the power of the construct with you, and the DM is telling you you can choose. So if you want to either just be the paladin in this sort of spiritual sense when you're working in one of the dimensions or one of the domains, you can do that and play the invoker outside of it. Or if you want to permanently switch characters, you can do that too. Or if you want to carry it out of here for a little while and take it on an extended test drive or whatever, and then the power will slowly fade and you can go back to being the invoker, you can do that too. So I'm game. I want you to be happy playing your character. So this is where we'll end session. You guys you see this massive door covered in all these strange runes, which I totally did not take like 6 hours to generate just the way I wanted it to look. Like this is definitely something I made in 5 minutes and it was perfectly fine.
Okay, good.
But on a side note, I am really proud of it because it turned out really well. It turned out exactly how I wanted it to look is the more important part here.
Gary, who in this world speaks Proto-Supernal?
Nobody anymore.
Not even Sage?
Not even Sage.
Well, fuck.
About the only person that you know that has any sort of knowledge of how to translate it is Bess Mahis.
Mm-hmm.
She used 3 letters of Proto-Supernal as the ward on the front of her
Mhm.
fortress. And yeah, that's where we'll wrap up session. And damn, that was a lot of fun. I'm glad that more or less worked out.
Me too.
More or less, say.
I'm
What's that
also
supposed to
glad.
mean?
I see. I'm torn because, like, the goal of dropping some of the hints about the light and sort of putting all the pieces together and doing the introduction for the Weaver and stuff like that was intended in all of my notes that the sort of reveal is at the door. But it happening right before the door was also really fun. So I don't know. Like, it didn't go as intended, but I really liked the scene that got created anyways.
I mean, I think the breadcrumbs of it being in the prison and us like learning a little bit about it and then it being here was very cool.
My only goal for this whole thing, Gary, was to one tap a few monsters, and I definitely got that. So that's lit.
You
Yeah.
did. That was lit.
I mean, but while that is true, it is also clear that like the group has noticeably less CC. Like,
Oh,
you know, a lot less
100%.
but if you just need to kill a dude,
I mean, you don't have to CC them if they're dead.
Mhm.
So,
That's actually the best form of CC.
mhm.
I like, I'm glad that you got to kill her and that it was really satisfying. I was slightly sad that the witch never got a turn.
I am not sad. The
We
witch-
weren't.
I'm
we
not
weren't
sad
about
either.
that.
Because she
I
had
was
like
so ready for her to fuck us up.
she had like 400 HP and some really nasty abilities and just didn't get to do fucking anything. She got her
did.
one thing to try to remove from play, and then died.
That's
Well, you said
work
that's
out.
the most aberrant creature. I said I'm playing a character who hates aberrant creatures. I'm gonna go kill that thing.
No, again, I'm very satisfied with the way that it actually like resolved. But it's there's not a lot of instances where like me as the DM, I'm like, oh man, I really want to use like this monster to do something. And the Soul Walker Witch was one of the few monsters of like, I just like this creature. This creature has cool abilities that are just sort of fun to go through. But that's not how it worked.
Just use it on the next time you recycle all the content. Okay. I'm
All right.
leaving.
Well, thanks, guys.
Yep.
That was a lot of fun.
Very
That
fun.
was fun.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Gary. Thank everybody else.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye, friends.
Bye.
Bye.